Good evening, everyone, and I'll call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Before we get started, I want to note that new business item number 2 regarding the memorandum of understanding between the City of Costa Mesa and the City of Irvine for use of beds at the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter has been removed from this agenda and will be considered at a later meeting. So with that, let's all stand together, and the video will play the national anthem. Please sing with the video, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, that star-spangled banner yet wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now is a time for our moment of solemn expression, and we're so happy to have Pastor Emeritus Dave Mann from the Calvary Chapel to come and give us our first blessing and moment of solemn expression of the year. Pastor Mann, you have the floor. Hold on one second. You got the floor, but you don't have a hot mic. There you go.
All right. Well, we're not going to go on last year's blessing. Father, we come before you this evening and ask for a fresh blessing upon our meeting this evening with the business matters and decisions before us as we enter another new year together. Bless our mayor, each council members, all of our city officials and city staff. We recognize and ask your blessing upon our police department, chief of police, the entire police force and staff, our fire department, our fire chief, the fire marshal, the EMS, and all the emergency response crews that work throughout the city, our public works, city utilities, Mesa Consolidated Water District. Bless them, Lord. Help them to keep functioning in an orderly manner. All our city businesses we lift up to you, and all the residents living here in Costa Mesa. Lord Jesus, we thank you for your continued presence, providence, and protection, your love towards us in our city. We pray the same for our neighboring cities and our entire country, and we ask this in Christ's name. Amen. Amen. All right.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thanks for kicking us off, Pastor Mann. Okay, so the city clerk is going to do the voice roll call, but before she does, she will note that, Councilmember Bewley is not here because he's in trial. So he's a lawyer. He's not on trial. He's in trial, okay? And then Councilmember Reynolds will be participating remotely, and she's going to make a statement to comply with the Brown Act. So, here, I guess it's from me. Pursuant to AB 2449, council members participating remotely will need to make a statement that they are participating remotely due to contagious illness that prevents them from attending in person, and state if anyone 18 years or older is present with them. So Councilmember Reynolds will do that when it comes to her in the voice roll call. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Councilmember Pettis. Here. Councilmember Gameros. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
I'm here, participating remotely pursuant to AB 2449 for just cause due to a contagious illness, and I am alone.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
And the record will reflect that Councilmember Bewley and Councilmember Marr are absent.
Okay, and so next is to our city attorney closed session report. Ms. Hall Barlow, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council deliberated on several matters and discussed, gave direction to staff, but no formal action was taken, reportable action was taken in closed session.
All right, thank you very much. So this evening we have one presentation, and it's a really good and meaningful one. It's recognition of AYSO 40-year volunteer Ann McElligott. On behalf of the city of Costa Mesa, it is my honor to recognize Ann McElligott for more than 40 years of dedicated volunteer service to AYSO Region 120 and the Costa Mesa community. For over 4 decades, Ann has dedicated her time and heart to youth soccer, serving in nearly every volunteer role. Her leadership and commitment has made a lasting impact on generations of families. Before presenting Ann with a certificate of recognition, I would like to invite AYSO Region 120 Regional Commissioner Imelda Valdivia to come forward and share a few remarks about Ann.
Hello, everyone. Just here to give a little speech about Ann and her years with us. So Ann and Michael, her husband, moved to Costa Mesa in 1982 with their 3 young children, Matthew, Aaron, and Brian. They discovered the Costa Mesa Region 120 AYSO in 1985, and Ann has been an active volunteer for the past 40 years. Ann has been a regional referee for Costa Mesa AYSO, so she has been training our referees here in Costa Mesa since 1988, and she's been an active board member since 1991. Currently, she is holding our child and volunteer protection advocate position as well, and is responsible for implementing the Safe Haven Child Protection Program at the local level, ensuring volunteers are screened, trained, and follow policies to create a safe environment for kids. She is the master coach for our Young Playground and schoolyard program with the littles. She starts with the littles and brings the benefits of AYSO soccer to more than 90 children each season. Ann is an advanced coach, instructor, and an advanced referee instructor, so she also helps us out with that, and has taught volunteers at our area, section, and tri-section levels. She has trained more than 1,000 referees over the years. In 2017, Ann brought the EPIC Special Needs Program to AYSO Costa Mesa and became the head coach. The EPIC Special Needs Program encourages players with physical, mental, or emotional disabilities to enjoy the benefits of learning soccer skills. Playing soccer games and being part of a team due to Ann's efforts, Costa Mesa AYSO is truly a program where everyone plays. From 1990 to 2014, Ann also shared her volunteer talents with Boy Scouts of America, Orange County. She started as a den leader with PAC 373 at California Elementary School, became an advanced chairman for Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, Corona Del Mar, and Irvine during her 19 years as district advancement chairman over over 250 Boy Scouts became Eagle Scouts. Anne was awarded the Orange County Council Boy Scouts of America Silver Beaver Award in 1998. The Boy Scouts of America Silver Beaver Award is the highest distinction of council can bestow to an adult volunteer leader for distinguished long-term service to youth and for impacting lives through dedicated work within the council and community. Anne has also volunteered through PTA programs at California, T. Winkle Middle School, the band Boosters, Wrestling Boosters for Estancia. She was a volunteer for the YMCA through their Indian Maiden and Trailblazer program. She was an educator for the St. John the Baptist Sunday preschool and junior high school programs, and was also a Breitman volunteer for 11 years for the Hospice of Saddleback Valley. So she has been doing a lot, keeping busy here in Costa Mesa. Anne is a grandmother of 12 children. 9 of her grandchildren are living and thriving in Costa Mesa, so she is not done. So I know her very well, and I know she will continue with this. So our region is very thankful for Anne's contributions, and we are very happy to see her recognized today. And also, thank you for the city of Costa Mesa, the council. You guys have been very supportive of our region, and thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Anne, come on up. And I think I could speak for everybody in the room that we all feel like slackers right now. but so, yeah, you have the floor to say a few words. We're so grateful for your volunteer work.
Well, thank you to everybody who's here and supporting me tonight. You know, I could not do this with all of the volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers a season to make AYSO happen in spring and fall. All the people have to do like 10 to 12 hours of training, fingerprinting, background checks. I mean, everybody really comes together for the soccer community, and I couldn't be here doing what I do without all of them. I also want to echo what Imelda said. We couldn't have this program without the city of Costa Mesa. They have always been, the Parks and Rec Department has always been so supportive. The building of the Jack Hammett Sports Complex has really made our program able to get a lot of things done on a Saturday rather than busing kids back and forth between, I think we had 10 field sites that were all dispersed until the Jack Hammett soccer field was open. So thank you, Costa Mesa, for always supporting youth sports and for making this program possible. And then finally, thank you to my family, especially to my husband, Mike, who puts up with all of my meetings that I've gone to all these years. It's really been an honor and a blessing. And as a volunteer, I can just tell you that you always get more back from the people you help than you ever put into things. So everybody step up, and next time they say we need a coach, we need a den leader, we need somebody to help PTA, say yes, and you'll find a lifetime of friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's take a photo. welcome. Oh, it's all good. Okay. So now it's time for public comments. And so with public comments, to remind you, everybody has 3 minutes. You're going to hear and see when you have 1 minute left. So please wrap it up at that point in time. We go to the people in the chambers first. Please line up on both sides so we'll know how many people are going to make comments. You could speak about anything that's not on the main agenda. So consent calendar items are fair game, and then pretty much anything else. But all the public hearings and the old and new business, you have to wait till those are called during the agenda. So with that, you're all welcome to come on up. Why don't we go, let's go to my left first, and then we'll move through, and then we'll go to Zoom after the folks are done speaking in the chambers. You have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Jan Hansen, and I am a resident in Costa Mesa. I went to medical school at UCI, and I finished my training at UCIMC. And I've lived in Costa Mesa since 1989, and I've owned my current house that I'm at since 1998. And I know this is only important to me, but I appreciate the audience I'm speaking to, and it means the world to me. I live in a 1,906 square foot house on a less than 6,000 square foot lot with no side windows. And new neighbors bought the house next door to me at 433, and they built a 4,000 square foot home with a 2-foot front allowance. And they built a pool in the backyard and a large pump next to my house in between the houses. I tried to get them to move the pump because it was very loud, and they wouldn't answer me. So I did go to planning and wrote a letter to planning, and I went back to planning, and they said they would have them move the pump to the backyard. And then time went by and they didn't, so I returned to planning. And I found out that the neighbors had gotten a company to say that the measurements were okay and acceptable, so I just let that go. But a few months later, right before Christmas, I saw my neighbor walking along the backyard fence, and it seemed like he was floating in thin air because no one had ever been back there. And I went and got dressed, and I went and looked, and they had built a full deck, a raised wooden deck against the wall, the common wall in the backyard, and could see directly into my family room. And that's the first time that had ever happened. So I went to planning, and I found out they didn't have a permit. So I wrote letters to everybody, code enforcement, and I wrote to planning. And I know they're trying to help and remedy the situation, but I don't get much feedback from anyone. So I actually wrote a letter to you, Mr. Mayor, and you were the only one that wrote me back. And I really am grateful, and I appreciate it. The deck presents, I'll wrap this up. The deck presents 3 problems for me. Since it's raised and it's wooden, it's a fire hazard. It's only 5 feet from the corner of my house. And secondly, it's a liability because kids run on decks, and if they've been in the pool, they're slippery. People can drink, and somebody could fall over the deck, break their neck, and sue me for everything I have. And thirdly, it's a personal privacy. My privacy is completely gone now in my house because those are the only windows.
Thanks. Jan, that's your 3 minutes. It's okay, but thank you. I think you got it all in. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, Council. Hi, City staff. I have a presentation. Anyways, my name is Raina Cuthill, and I have the honor and privilege of leading Love Costa Mesa. We exist to bring strategic collaboration around our city through 4 initiatives: through prayer, neighboring, education, and city challenge. The Community Impact Team, which is what I am here today to share about, or CIT, was born out of a city challenge created in 2016 to a real and pressing need in Costa Mesa. So what is CIT? CIT is a transitional work program designed to organize volunteer opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness. And I love that we recognize Anne today for her volunteer efforts. So I'm going to tag on to what Anne is saying, step up and volunteer. And CIT exists to support people as they transition into permanent supportive housing or to re-enter the workforce. But this program is about far more than completing projects. It's about restoring dignity and building pathways forward. And thank you so much for so many CIT members for being here with us today. Thank you. So through CIT, participants, many of who are in the audience today, gain teamwork experience while building self-confidence, trust, and a sense of belonging. They are guided toward employment and housing while being invited into meaningful work that serves the broader community. So in 2025 alone, CIT got to partner closely with the city, with this amazing city of Costa Mesa, with our local businesses, and I love that David's here with the chamber, partnering with our businesses and our church partners to identify impactful projects through the cities, and the results are significant. So I'm going to share some really awesome results just from the year 2025 that CIT was able to complete. So in 2025, our community impact team completed 152 projects. You might be asking, well, what are those projects? They estimated 3,100 hours of picking up trash on 11 of our major streets and 6 of our parks. So if you scroll ahead, you'll kind of see some photos of our folks doing that for our community. They've also collected approximately 1,900 large bags of trash. I'm going to repeat that, 1,900 large bags of trash, and removing nearly 25,000 pounds of debris from our own city. Isn't that incredible? Yeah. And this team also cleaned equipment at 43 of our playground equipment and clean over 100 signs in our community. So if you see our CIT folks out in the community, please thank them. They're doing an incredible job keeping our community clean. And I really want to share a fun thing. They
Hold on. Your 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes are up. Sorry. Sorry.
They did incredible. So
Got it.
Team members.
One of the most terrible things is to follow Raina anywhere and have to follow her. So, Mr. Mayor, distinguished city council members, Madam City Manager, my name is Terry Moore, and I have the honor to direct the Community Impact Program. So we're kind of tag teaming tonight. Raina showed you what we do. She showed you the pictures. She gave you the metrics. I want you to understand really who we are. So she said that the Community Impact Team was formed to really help people kind of move forward in their lives. And I would say that we are a 2-component project, or program rather. We are about the task, certainly, and we love doing these tasks, but we're also about people. We continue to be about people. And I want to share just a little bit about that. We do that. We work with our people every week on growth, on moving forward. If you ask any of those folks right there in that row, they'll be rolling their eyes and they say, yeah, we talk about growth, about personal growth, and about moving forward every Saturday, and we do. But we do it a little differently than you might expect. We do it with a set of values that everyone has committed to. Values like perseverance, dignity, accountability, things that people experiencing homelessness don't necessarily have access to, or anybody encouraging them in that. And it's been unbelievable to see the kind of results that we have since we kind of morphed from just being a back-to-work, transitional work program into a more holistic approach to people experiencing homelessness. We've seen countless people move out of their situations into better personal circumstances and really a hope for the future, which is what it's all about for us. I get the privilege and the pleasure of working with your staff at the Bridge Shelter. I'm with them every week, and in close collaboration. They know that we are there to support their efforts. We're just a different voice saying the same thing, but we're offering a little bit skewed presentation to what people in the shelter are receiving. That has to be all business. We don't have to be. We can talk to their souls. We can talk to what they need in a deeper level. So I just really came here tonight to thank you for the 3 years of support that we've had. It's been incredible. And we're seeing people move forward and your streets and parks being cleaned. That's a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Reverend.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Madam Manager, City Manager, I guess that's how we say it. Thank you all. My name is Ian Stevenson. I'm a resident here in Costa Mesa for 38 years. Had the privilege to help start Trellis, and now it's Love Costa Mesa. And I'm here today just to thank you. That's it. Thank you for your support for things like the CIT, for Labors of Love. Thank you for the way that you guys have just affirmed the collaboration that I think we all want to see happen in this city. And that does not happen without leadership from our city, without you all stepping in and being part of it yourselves and affirming what's going on. So I sincerely am here just to say thank you. And we're excited not only for what happened last year with CIT and Labors of Love and in the schools and so forth that we're pulling people together in, but we're excited for what is potentially arising in the Shalimar neighborhood around the gang challenge. And I hope that we can continue to work together in the days ahead. And sincerely, just thank you. Thank you for everything that you do to help make it possible.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Stevens. My name is Brooke Gray. I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, constituent of District 1, and a community organizer with Food Not Bombs Costa Mesa. First, I would really I'm ecstatic right now. I was out there, you have the table set up with the new flyers and community resources. Thank you so much. We feel heard. Finding out that we're going to have these on some of the bus stop shelters, amazing. So thank you so very much. This is great progress. So first I want to start with that. Another reason I'm here today is similar vein, same topic, but several months ago, the council donated some money for mutual aid to directly support the impacted immigrant community, the community that's in crisis right now due to the immigration, the ICE, the profiling, the kidnappings. The last two city council meetings, we asked for some accountability and follow-up, so I'm here again to ask for that. We understand, the legal defense fund went where it was intended. The money that went to the Enough for All fund helped many people. There's a question about the $50,000 that ran through the SCSK, and if that went to the intended community. I personally had a conversation with the newly appointed interim director, Adam, and he told me that money was not earmarked implicitly or explicitly for any specific group of people, and that it was a gift to SCSK as a thank you to all the good they've done in the community. They have done amazing and wonderful things, so this is not about them, but this is about accountability. And there's a question, it may or may not be legal, but certainly moral and ethical and community trust. So I want to broach that again, and we'd love to find out who exactly the money went to. I was here, many of us were here, you all were here we all know exactly who that money was supposed to help. And I think it's really important we have some follow-up so we can regain some trust and we can help the people that are in a major crisis right now. So I thank you for everything you're doing. It's not going unnoticed, but if we could have some accountability, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Jimenez. I'm the Executive Director of Bright Youth, a community-led organization serving vulnerable and marginalized youth and communities on the West Side. We are submitting this letter on behalf of the Shalimar community, as well as our neighboring communities that are facing similar socioeconomic issues and share similar needs. As you are aware, the demolition of the city-owned apartment complex next to Shalimar Park, as well as the park itself, will be demolished starting at the end of this month, I believe. On one hand, this is an exciting time for the community because it represents opportunity, a sense of hope, and what could be. After countless conversations with parents who have lived in the neighborhood for 30 years, the answer is clear. Shalimar craves enrichment. After the closing down of Think Together Learning Center, the street is starved of educational resources, a greater sense of community, and a general safe space to learn new skills. As gang violence continues to rise, our youth and families continue to suffer. We dream of a brand new community center where we can provide our kids with sports clubs, art classes, tutoring, dance, our parents with English and parenting classes. Whatever the current needs are, we seek to help provide it. A community center, we believe, will be the solution to that. Currently, due to not having any indoor space to provide classes or resources, we have been taking it upon ourselves to provide programming outdoors in the cold with no outside lighting. Although our community is very resilient, this is simply unacceptable. We strongly encourage the city to support our coalition letter that we will be sending to the state senator's office tomorrow and has been sent to each one of you. Together, we can take one step further towards providing powerful resources that inspire growth and hope for today's youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I'm a community volunteer who has lived in Costa Mesa for nearly 5 years. I care deeply about the families who have been impacted by these KK Confederate Gestapo ICE raids. I want to make sure that impacted families are being consistently supported by the city and the community. I'd like to check in on the Costa Mesa Legal Defense Fund that was brought to the city's attention in the late summer and fall of last year. I love that there is a helpful link on the city's website under the trending tab, directing folks to donate and support their community. Thank you for that. However, there doesn't seem to be any transparency with how much money the city has allocated to helping its citizens. Searching for this info on the city's budget information page feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. These trending spotlights on the city website, again, are a good thing. It makes it easy for folks to access a necessary fund, but I'm asking for more. I would suggest putting more info into how the city has spent its money towards this cause, because otherwise it gives the impression that the city is only relying on community donations. Maybe add to this page a link to the budget to give more transparency on how the city is helping. Again, I'd like to know how much the city is helping. The mark of a healthy society is how well it takes care of its most vulnerable population. When that happens, everyone benefits. So please continue putting that into action. Please update the website clarifying how much money was allocated for legal defense funds, where this information can be found, and when and how much the city will replenish these funds once they run out. As these ICE raids continue in our community, there will be the need for more funds. Will you commit to more legal defense funds from the budget when that depletes? That's all. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Hi, Natalie Foley, longtime resident, here to talk about the availability of immigrant resources and the Costa Mesa website, which I've spoken about previously before, and I've also been in touch with Ivis, I think, from the city manager's office, and we'll continue talking with her about this as well, but I also just wanted to emphasize it here so that it can be high priority as something that gets attention. Since I last came and made some recommendations, I've noticed that there were some things added onto the homepage, your little spotlight carousel about the legal funds and community resources, which is great. I think there's more that can be done, such as like adding community resources and maybe that legal defense also into the navigation menu and other things like that. But more broadly, I know you guys have put a lot of effort into things like community information packets for individuals, I think maybe also for businesses, but you've put some great effort into that, and so to make sure that that information is available, not just the way that you're distributing it in paper, but to also have that be available on the website as well. Like it's not much use to people if they can't find it when they need it, right? So I really want to emphasize that information about resources for individuals and information that businesses need to know that you've already put effort into really needs to be on the website for people to easily find it, and bare minimum, like a link to download the PDF, but ideally beautiful looking web page that explains it all there too. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. I'm Allison from District 4, a lawyer and community volunteer. Last August, the Council declared its support for the No Vigilantes Act by passing Resolution number 2025-34, underscoring the city's values in sustaining public trust in law enforcement, especially among vulnerable populations. This action shows the city's understanding that these tactics instill fear, cause confusion, and create a culture of abuse and impunity. We know that this is by design. Since last year's resolution, we've seen ICE's brazen lawlessness and reckless disregard for human life increase in frequency and severity all over the country, and we need to prepare for the increase in activity here. ICE's reign of terror not only affects the safety of vulnerable populations and community members trying to protect their neighbors, but states and cities have to bear the cost of the federal government's actions. For example, when our police respond to incidents when masked, armed men are using force to take our residents, our officers have to distinguish whether or not these people are legitimate federal agents or impersonators. If our police do not make the attempt to determine the identities of these masked men, the city risks civil lawsuits for violating the constitutional rights of the victims. These are real potential consequences that come with significant costs. Therefore, regardless of how the No Vigilantes Act and No Secret Police Act play out in court, I urge the Council to issue a resolution avowing that our police department will act objectively under such circumstances and seek to determine the identities of any masked men forcibly taking people off our streets. And additionally, that our police will document its actions in doing so, along with the identities of the masked agents and the identity of the victim. This kind of record keeping will help protect both our residents' legal rights and the city from potential legal exposure. Furthermore, I urge the city to avow in a resolution that it will regularly submit Freedom of Information Act requests asking DHS to provide a timeline of dates, times, and locations of any immigration enforcement activity in Costa Mesa, arrest data showing how many people were detained, their names and dates of birth, reason for apprehension, where they're being detained, and the names and badge numbers of the federal agents involved. As you know, given the secrecy of ICE's operations, it's extremely difficult for the public to track who has been taken, and thousands of people have disappeared once in DHS custody. This is a small but impactful act that the city can do to help ensure that our community members do not disappear. This way, residents who are missing a loved one can ask the city if a certain name appears on the list, and if so, they can in turn seek access to the city's legal defense fund and hopefully get their loved one back home to Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I felt inclined to speak today on behalf of the letter being proposed from Brighter Youth for the Shalimar Drive community. My affinity for volunteering in Costa Mesa was inspired by growing up in the 700 block of Shalimar Drive in the 80s and 90s, where my neighborhood was riddled with drugs and gangs. In the early 90s, our Shalimar Drive community was blessed with a desperately needed learning center, which then evolved and added a teen center. In the early 2000s, I was challenged with an opportunity to become a volunteer through MICA CDC. I was proud to be a part of building their enrichment programs and even had the pleasure of winning a couple 3-on-3 tournaments that Micah hosted. Sadly, Micah closed down, and more recently, so did these centers that were being run by Think Together. I feel that this new venture of volunteer enrichment work that Brighter Youth is bringing to Shalimar, providing financial literacy classes as a pilot class, and hopefully that can still continue. I myself witnessed at-risk youth bearing through the cold weather and the dark in these financial literacy classes. I ask that you please consider how much enrichment is needed in this community as it struggles again to navigate with the adverse impacts of what a community that lacks enrichment has. I also wanted to say that I am a living testament of the fruits of that enrichment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am an organizer with a few different orgs. Today, I'm representing the Peace and Freedom Party. We are an organization that gained ballot access in California in the 60s with the help of the Black Panther Party. And we are reviving that party today, running 5 candidates at the state level. And all of our candidates support abolishing ICE. And I bring this up because a recent poll revealed that 46% of Americans now support abolishing ICE. Back in July, this number was 27%. That is a huge leap in a really short amount of time, and I expect that number to keep growing. The issue of ICE will be a make or break for politicians running for office going forward, including lower-level politics like city councils and school boards. Repression breeds resistance. We see that in Minneapolis, where the state is now headed towards a general strike in response to 2,000-plus ICE agents occupying the city and the murder of Renee Nicole Good. For anyone who is not in the loop of ICE presence in Costa Mesa, we've had people who have been detained, deported. We had someone die in ICE detainment, and somebody recently had their leg broken. And those instances, while horrible, have also led to a growing movement of resistance within Costa Mesa. As the council has seen, we've been coming to the city council since last July to advocate for our immigrant community. That is only one aspect of the organizing work that we are doing, and we represent only a small number of people organizing in this city. There will be elections for districts 3, 4, and 5 this November, and 1, 2, and 6 in 2028 to replace council members. And I know City Council cannot do much to abolish ICE, but openly advocating for its abolishment tells us a lot about where you stand and who you are willing to fight for. If the mayor of New York City can openly state that we should abolish ICE, it really shouldn't be too hard for aspiring council members to do the same. There's a growing number of people in the city who look forward to holding future council members accountable and making sure that they serve all of the people of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name's Margot Ferris. I've been coming here off and on since August to speak to you about the Costa Mesa Tennis Center. I'm not at the center every day, but I tend to get phone calls when things are at their worst. Tonight I got a phone call that the phone has now been turned off at the Costa Mesa Tennis Center. The coaches and the pros and the staff haven't been paid for the last 2 cycles, which means for the last 30 days. Between May and December, many of the employees were issued checks and the checks bounced. During that period of time, the 3 main pros that have been running the place, which is the Ball family, have taken the clinics and the lessons that they do, which the city makes their money from, off to the center site and taken them somewhere else. The people attending those lessons have been told to keep quiet, not to tell anyone, and when they come to this new place, they have to pay cash. One of the girls was too afraid to come here because she said basically they were warned not to come here. The second time I came here, what I had to say ended up in the newspaper. I was told to no longer show my face at the tennis center. When I registered my team, I had to register them under my co-captain's name. The center is a mess. Today, a thing went out to the staff saying, "Good morning, CMTC. I'm reaching out to send clarity and transparency to you all. My time has come to resign as part operator of the tennis center. My deepest thanks for all of the support that you have given to me and my family. For any additional information you may contact Karsten. Well, Karsten and this young man resigning are the people that are not paying any of these people. And Karsten does not answer his phone or return phone calls, and if they're not there, runs in around 3:30 every day and runs back out. You cannot contact them in any way. Now that the center phone is down, that means no one can make reservations. Last year, I believe for 4 to 6 months, they took out the automated system where you could make your own reservation. The city found out and got it re-implemented, but I don't even know now because it has to be paid monthly. If it wasn't paid for, it's gone. So there is no way that anybody can make a reservation there. 70% of the people that play there are seniors. I understand some people that had help in helping them get the contract through Top Seed Academy have been holding tournaments for pickleball on the weekends and have not been paying the center as a partnership agreement to have them there by helping them get the grant there. I know that the city has been looking into this. I've been talking to the Park and Recs people. I have been trying to provide the information that I can, but many of the people, especially the seniors, are scared to come here. So my name was put in the paper without me knowing it. Somebody called me up and told me while I was on vacation. So I'm just doing the best I can. I know the city is busy and has a lot of things going on, but you're losing money daily there. The reputation is gone. The phone is now gone, and I don't know if
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Chris Nelson, local resident here in Costa Mesa. I wanted to take a few minutes to speak to, as some of my previous speakers have mentioned, about what makes Costa Mesa a great city to live in. First, want to recognize all the efforts that the City Council has been doing to provide fair and equal representation for everyone that lives here. But a key part of what makes Costa Mesa a great place to live is the rich diversity of our residents. We owe it to all of our citizens to provide equal representation and protection, especially those who have the least representation or have been scared into hiding. For those that are not aware, and unless you're completely shut off, it's kind of hard to ignore, that people are being grabbed and abducted from our streets daily, from our community and the surrounding communities. Are we doing enough? It's a great surprise that you guys had those presentation packets that were outside this evening, and the plan to have more information up at the bus stops. That's great. Where else can we make more inroads to communicating what's available to our residents and the community members who may not have access to those materials? On a separate point, making an observation, my understanding is that there is an event tomorrow out in Riverside, hosted by Turning Point USA. That is an extremist group representing the right. One of their key speakers is Erica Kirk, which is the wife of Charlie Kirk. We could argue what he was all about, but he was not afraid of being a racist. And my understanding is Mr. Bewley is at that event and will be attending that tomorrow. And I'm just wondering, does that fairly represent our community, or how does that square with the people of our community and those he represents? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're done with the public comments in the chambers. Let's go to Zoom.
Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor and City. I think I can hear my echo.
We can hear you.
Okay, it's a little
weird
myself. Okay, I'll try to ignore that. So, hello, City Council. This is Roberto. I'm with Resilience Orange County, and I'm here to speak tonight to give you updates around immigration enforcement. There's been immigration enforcement since the beginning of the this year. And I just want to bring that attention to you and how urgent it is for you to take action and to address the, threats to the community. And, in talking with renters, the rent still continues to be a problem. Folks want to work, but their limited mobility limits their ability to pay the rent. So I urge you to take action to revisit items that look at eviction and policies that address and track evictions. I also support what some of the folks have been saying around the city taking efforts to protect the immigrant community. I see the efforts you're taking, and fulfilling on those bus stop signs that show no rights information, updating the website, refunding the Enough for All fund to have families benefit from that. But I think I wanted to call and thank you and acknowledge that there's still more work to be done. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, please.
Happy New Year, Cynthia. You have the floor. Cynthia?
Hi, I do mute. There's an incredible amount of feedback on Zoom, so I'm turning my sound off.
Okay.
Okay, here goes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Back in 2021, the City Council adopted a mission statement and core values to guide fair and effective governance. But values only matter if we can revisit them, measure progress, and recommit them. These are what the citizens value in our government and why they matter now. Be participatory. Citizens deserve a real seat at the table. For example, when major projects like the citywide rezoning effort or FDC specific plan are proposed, residents should receive clear information before meetings so public comment is informed and meaningful. Community engagement turns urban planning from a top-down mandate into a shared vision that truly serves the people it affects. Be accountable and transparent. Every vote you make should come with an explanation. When decisions like budget reallocations for new programs or funding of outside programs happen without clear reasoning, trust erodes. Updating the city website and improving agenda reports would make it easier for residents to understand what's happening. Be responsive. Answer calls, reply to emails. When residents wait weeks for a response on issues like street repairs or permit questions, it signals that their time isn't valued. Be effective and efficient. Use resources wisely. For instance, streamline processes for small business permits instead of creating unnecessary delays. Be equitable and inclusive. Make sure marginalized voices are heard. When outreach only happens online, some communities are left out. Improve multilingual notices and in-person forums. Be strategic visionaries. Plan for the future. A 5-year plan would prevent last-minute cuts and ensure stability. Be ethical. Integrity isn't optional. Recent concerns about conflicts of interest show why we need an ethics policy and code of conduct now. Be consistent, consensus-oriented, bridge differences. When debates over development stall progress, mediation and collaboration can move us forward. These aren't just words. They're a roadmap to city government that works for everyone. Let's commit to these values and make them real. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Priscilla, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Priscilla. I am a resident of Costa Mesa and a constituent of Arlise Reynolds. I also want to start off with saying thank you so much to City Council and all of staff for actually listening to us and pulling us aside every time that we've been coming, trying to make requests to distribute know your rights information in a more effective way. So I have to say thank you so much, because it feels hopeless sometimes, but Costa Mesa, you gave me a lot of hope. And so I just want to continue encouraging all of us in City Council that being able to distribute information about knowing your rights for residents, business owners is very important to the community. And of course, as always, in these packets, what we want is core rights to be clearly stated in different languages. It would be nice for our other residents who need access to that information in other languages for that to be available. The right to remain silent, the right to a judicial warrant, and then also the right to identification. And that's actually new, because the No Vigilantes Act and the No Secret Police Act are into effect this year. And I believe also the Workplace Know Your Rights Acts. And so if changes need to be made, I hope, they happen in a timely manner. But just thank you so much for listening to our requests. And I hope that you continue the work of distributing Know Your Rights packets to residents, to businesses, having Know Your Rights signage around buses and in public signage. And thank you for the great work. You give me hope in humanity again, that perhaps it'll be slow going and we'll make mistakes and it's not going to be perfect what we do to help. But I just want to say, just emphasize thank you. And that's all for me.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Now we're going to, thank you for all the comments, by the way, everyone. Now we're going to go to the council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up is our council member from District 2, Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to welcome everybody back for the new year. I know it's been an incredible year that we've had, and it looks like there's going to be a pretty wild road ahead. I want to take a moment here and just recognize the fact that our police department acts with valor, integrity, and respect to this community. And although we see a lot of stuff going on the news right now, it doesn't reflect on our own police department. So I want to make sure that we don't confuse the two. This is a tough time right now, and it's going to be a black eye in our country. And I have to say wholeheartedly that when I see the things that I see and I see the reactions to the things that I see, I have to agree with one person's comments, and we need to abolish ICE. That's all I got.
Is that it? All right, good, mic drop. Okay, next up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Last week I was asked to speak at the Black Chamber of Commerce's MLK breakfast, or I guess lunch technically. And the subject matter specifically, the theme was around the I Have a Dream speech, and so trying to prep my comments and figure out what I was going to say, I thought it would be a good idea to reread the speech. So I Google it. And the first thing that comes up is actually not the text of the speech. It was the text of the FBI letter that was written after the speech. And the first line of this letter, if any of you have ever seen this, it's pretty remarkable. The FBI agent responsible for tracking and documenting what Martin Luther King Jr. was doing and saying, opened the letter by saying that after the I Have a Dream speech, the FBI agent concluded that he was the most dangerous Negro in the future of this country. Not even like at the time, in this moment, but for the future of the entire country. After the I Have a Dream speech, that was the conclusion. And so I was reflecting on that a little bit, and this idea that we have so much nostalgia around the quotes and they circulate and many of us can rattle some of them off, but he was considered dangerous and challenging and uncomfortable. He was a supporter of labor rights and housing equality and immigrants. Does that sound familiar in this moment? And deeply unpopular with a huge percentage of this country. And so that's been my 2026 reflection. Is, I mean, I am but a peon standing on the shoulders of giants, but I too am going to focus on housing and immigrant rights and doing what I can for my community, even if those things are deeply unpopular with some people. The third thing in that sort of leg of the stool is much less sexy, and I'll be honest, like I think I've gotten some grief up here for focusing on it. And that is the fundamentals of our budget and doing what we need to take care of some of our infrastructure that doesn't get the attention. We'll be seeing a facilities condition assessment here soon that really documents the status of all of our buildings. And for me, that is so foundational to my job up here, is making sure that we've got a city that where the community center pool tiles aren't cutting kids' feet, and where our police officers can actually work out of because we're not worried about mold in the ceiling. We need to do the stuff that doesn't get all the claps and the applause lines just as much as we need to do some of those other things that I talked about earlier. So those are my 3 focus areas for 2026. 2026, oh my goodness. This is my last year up here, is the other thing that I've been thinking about, which also kind of means it's like go for broke time, right? So if you've got comments, concerns, something you think I should be championing up here that I'm not currently, I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is our council member from District 5 who's on Zoom tonight, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Hi, folks. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I'm doing you all a favor not being there in person today with my illness. I'll keep it short. I just wanted to express deep gratitude for the work of staff and community members and the support this council has given to our community related to the ongoing horrific attacks that have separated families and created a lot of fear, justified fear in the community. So thank you to all of you who are involved. It's meaningful and inspiring. I have, through a number of different communications, I continue to learn about families who have been impacted. And I would like to us as a city to try to get the right numbers on how that ICE and DHS and whatever activity is happening in our city. So if we could submit a formal request for that information, I think that would be very helpful. It's related to really understanding what's going on, also related to understanding the scale of that impact and how we can make appropriate resources available for impacted families. Like we heard in many of the comments, I've been very proud of how the our city, through our staff and our council actions, have been very supportive in making resources available. And I think we continue to get better at making sure that the resources that exist, that there is clear awareness, that they're easy to find, easy to access. The remaining question mark, which has been mentioned today, is the funding given for the food box opportunities. That's one area where there has been great work in the past, and I've requested but not received clear information on how family members can access those food resources. So I get a lot of questions about that, and I would like to have information on how families can access those resources. So that's a request for staff to follow up on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Feel better. Next up from District 6, Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Yeah, or let's feel better. Yeah, so some of these things just remind me of why I decided to run for city council. Has nothing to do with wanting to seek higher office or anything like that. Is wanting to participate in the process in the community I live in, and us as local leaders we can impact things like Andrew Amar was talking about on infrastructure, the budget, public safety, promoting local business. These are the things that we're elected to pay attention to, and that's what I intend on doing going forward. And I agree that we do need to do a better job scrutinizing the budget, and infrastructure is a huge deal for this city that needs a lot of attention: the streets, the roads, public buildings, parks. And my favorite part of this job is interacting with the community, and I had an opportunity to do that over the last couple of weeks. The groundbreaking for Brentwood Park. It was good. They're going to do. They're replacing all the park equipment there, and I'm excited for the kids that get to play in the new park. And I'm going to be looking forward to trying to address all the parks in at least the east side, because that's my district. But we'll save that for a different day. And I also got a chance to go in my district. The Costa Mesa Safe Routes to School had their event. Thank you, Paul and company, for putting that on. I actually did learn a lot, and I had a chance to interface with several residents that had some concerns. And when I do that, I'm able to directly address them. And I want to recognize one individual. It's Sergio Escobar back there in the back row. Say hi, everybody. He is my go-to guy when I have a concern from a resident. And listening to Cynthia McDonald, it reminds me, she's talked about answering emails and responding to the community. And I try to answer every single email that are legitimate, minus the ones that are questionable in their intent. But every other email I will answer, and oftentimes I have to get Sergio involved to get it to the right person. And thank you so much, my friend. And lastly, I listened to the Love Costa Mesa talk tonight, and 30 years ago I was in a dark place in my life too. And one thing I've learned to do is I know truth when I hear it. I feel it in my heart, and I think that Love Costa Mesa, at least one aspect of getting your spiritual house in order is the way to affect change in one's own life. And if you have your spiritual house in order, then you can develop your own agency, and you can change yourself and thus change the world. So I appreciate the efforts being done on that front, and please keep going. And with that, I'm going to close. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is our Mayor Pro Tem. He's from District 4, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, today for joining us. And thank you to my colleagues for some really powerful words today. I have 3 responses to public comment, 1 city update, and 1 thank you. But before I get to what I was going to speak about, I received a text from one of our community members, Juana Trejo, who was not comfortable enough to come today to the council meeting, but she did text me in Spanish to say her public comment for all of us to hear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to respond. I'm going to say her text in Spanish and say it in English. I do think it kind of shares a light of what we're experiencing now in this country. Buenas tardes. Dios los bendiga grandemente siempre. Estoy por Zoom. No puedo abrir mi micrófono. Estoy en una vigilia de oración. Porque lo que estamos viviendo ahora, solo quiero agradecerles por todo lo que han sido por nuestras comunidades. Gracias, Dios les bendiga siempre grandemente. Hello, everyone. Thanks be to God. I'm on Zoom, but I can't speak on the microphone because I'm currently at a virtual prayer vigil. I just wanted to say thank you for all you've done for our communities. May God bless you greatly forever. También quiero agradecerle a Sergio, Ives, Arles, Andy Godínez, a la gestación de la ciudad, a la jefe de policía por hacer lo mejor que pueden para cuidar de nuestras comunidades. I also want to thank Sergio, Ives, Arles, Andy Godínez, the City Council, the Chief of Police for making sure that we feel protected during these times in our community. Sorry, this part's a little hard. Ahora tenemos miedo no solo de ser arrestados, sino hasta que nos quiten la vida. Right now, we're not only just scared of being arrested, but we're scared of having our lives taken away from us. It truly breaks my heart when I see on Instagram people sharing ICE sightings in Costa Mesa. Because I remember a time when I was growing up in the city where Latinos were called alligators and swamps by a prior council, where people made an effort to gentrify us by down-zoning apartments to condominiums, be less housing we couldn't afford. I share Gameros' notion to say that ICE should be abolished. I share Councilmember Mar's comments on remembering the true legacy of people, not the glorified version, which is to say that most folks that do the right thing are unpopular when they're doing it. And I also share the comments from Mr. Reynolds, where it's about doing what we can when we can. These are truly some dark times in our country. As a student of political science, I know pendulums swing back and forth. I also know that the swing's not really inherent on the policy the parties are pushing, and it just so happens that we got a policy right now that is desperately pushing to destroy communities and families. I don't know what to tell my neighbors and constituents who are undocumented, who are scared to go out of their houses, other than I want you to be safe and I want you to come home to your kids. We're going to be facing some tough decisions moving forward. We're going to see some things come up in the light, and we may have to respond and address them. And what I'll say is very clear. If one of my residents can't feel safe to go to a park that we built for their kids, if they don't feel safe going to work to pay for their rent and food for their families, if they don't feel safe just to exist, that is a problem. And I will do whatever I can in my authority and my power to support my community. So thank you everyone who spoke about that today. Now on to my three responses to public comment. The first ma'am that came, Jan, regarding your home and your neighbors. City staff, let's see if we can help assist with that. It would be really uncomfortable to have my neighbor build the platform I can see right through my house, and see if you can help her out. In regards to Shalimar, I cannot express my love and admiration for that community, and I cannot express how proud I am to see the community itself come to meetings and advocate with a clear plan of what vision they want for their community. Shalimar is always have a place in my heart, and I promise you, because Amir and I have talked about this a lot, we're going to do all we can within our last year of council to tighten the belts enough to get you guys that community center. Because I know the power of the community and the community moms and the old guard that grew up in that community. We can truly change that street, and I see the vision, and I am super grateful to be part of a small stepping stone to get us to that promised land. So yes, I'm happy to support you guys in your letter to Senator Choi. For the tennis center, I cannot express how sad it is to hear that there are issues. What I will say is we are working on it. We have been made aware, and we will do our best to get that center up and running for our community and our residents. Thank you everyone that spoke on those three items today. For the city update, I just want to say this is going to be the year of parks. Councilmember Pettis mentioned Brentwood Park. And I just want to acknowledge his humility and his gracefulness for at the groundbreaking in his district, he actually chose to acknowledge our current planning chair, prior councilmember Jeff Harlan's work on that project. It took a lot for Black community in Eastside Costa Mesa to get their park upgraded. I think that effort has long predated my time on council, and I'm happy to have both Councilmember Pettis and prior councilmember Harlan, current chair, Planning Commission, push for that park. Because truthfully for me, every community deserves access to good quality parks, because that's one of the biggest deterrents we have to crime, is kids having a safe space to congregate. And with that, like I said, it's gonna be year of the parks. Brentwood Park was the first one to get the groundbreaking. Out in by Victoria Street, you see Kitchen Leibolt Park is also under construction. That's named after two fallen officers that we love dearly in this community. And Shalimar is also in the docket today to be voted on for a new playground equipment. We're gonna do all we can to make sure that our community, our students, our youth have viable centers of play. So look forward for that for this year. And finally, I know we had these moments a couple months ago when it was announced publicly that our chief Stefano was going to retire, but I do want to take one brief moment today just to say thank you again for all your service to the community. You've been a really, really strong person for our city in multiple facets. May it have been covering as city manager, may have been stepping in when times get tough in the community, leading a great department. We are truly going to miss you, Chief Stefano. I'm so excited for what comes next for you, but I just wanted to say bottom of my heart once last time before you leave, thank you for all you've done for the community. And with that, I'm gonna toss it over to the mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now you may think that they've said everything that could be said, but that's not true. That's not true. Okay, so we didn't have our second meeting in December. Our last time we met actually is December 2nd. So I've forgotten what most of these people look like, during that time. But we've had a lot of great things that have happened since then. December 12th was a huge day. It was the day that our city manager, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, was officially sworn in as our city manager. It was a beautiful ceremony right in these chambers with her beautiful family, so congratulations to City Manager Gallardo-Daly. On that same day, we opened up Snoopy House. Remember Snoopy House? Snoopy House, I will say, went off beautifully this year. Tremendous amount of hard work by our Public Works Department, our Parks Department, our City Managers Department, and so many other people, the students at Estancia, to pull it off, and even certain Santa Claus people that were there giving and donating their time. To mention, again, Brentwood Park, that was quite a long time coming, groundbreaking ceremony, a wonderful ceremony, and the ribbon cutting is in March, so look forward to that. Speaking of ribbon cuttings, we had a couple of ribbon cuttings. We've got David Haithcock here from the chamber. His favorite thing is to do ribbon cuttings. We did a ribbon cutting. Our first one this year was a Synth Beer, which used to be Gun Whale on Randolph Street. It's beautiful. You should go check it out. It's kind of a different vibe than Gun Whale. And then we had, I think, one of the largest ribbon cuttings that we've ever had, Early Bird Breakfast Burritos in the lab. So go check it out. It's right in that same area. It's really good. It's by the Slater 50/50 group. Okay, so yesterday I went to the Costa Mesa United tournament. We had a couple of teams play. We had the Firefighters Association was out. We had police officers out playing. We had Councilmember Bewley played, and we all had fun. And it's a wonderful organization, and it's great to partner with Costa Mesa United that provides funding and support for our youth sports organizations. Next week, I'm going to Washington, D.C. with the city manager, and we're going to go to the mayor's conference. And I think that's particularly interesting with all that we've been talking about ICE activity, things that are kind of plaguing our various cities, trying to grapple with how to handle it. And so that's next week. So I should come back the following week a lot wiser than I am right now. That's not saying much because, I really sometimes don't know what to do about what's going on in the world. But I will tell you this, also last week right here in this chamber, we had the promotion promotions and swearing-ins and for some of our police officers, command staff, and others within the police department, including our new police chief, Joyce LaPointe. Joyce LaPointe. Our deputy chief, Jason Chamness, is also here. My golf partner of yesterday, my former golf partner over here, Jake Schultze, he's became a sergeant, so congratulations to Jake. So I came away with a lot of confidence in our police department from that event. And, our police department is now, for the first time in about 15 years, fully funded. Crime is going down in Costa Mesa. They now have the technology that was put in place over the last few years that can catch people that are stealing cars. They come up with innovative ways to deal with law enforcement and keeping the community at peace, and also catching the bad guys and the bad gals out there that are doing bad stuff in our community. We're in a good place. And then as it relates to the topic that we've discussed, how do we deal with the federal government coming in and doing their enforcement? I can tell you that I talk to the Chief LaPointe, all the time about that, about the right way to do it. And I know that our police will act in a responsible way, in a constitutional way, in a way to keep the community safe. And when I say the community, I mean everybody in the community, including the residents, all residents of the community. So I don't look forward to that. But I know when it happens, we'll act in a very responsible way and we'll protect our community. Anyway, so unfortunately, I've got two obituaries and people that I have to recognize, and we're going to adjourn the meeting for them. And first is my friend, Joe Weber. Joe was born August 14th, 1955, and he passed away on November 30th, 2025. He leaves behind a lasting legacy of service, generosity, and kindness. His contributions to the community will not be forgotten. Joe is a dedicated attorney. Now, he's a bankruptcy attorney, so Joe caught people at their very, very worst time. He was a civic activist and longtime supporter of civic engagement. For decades, he generously contributed his time, expertise, and resources to support community members of all walks of life. He was known for quietly offering legal assistance to constituents, friends, and family alike, always with humility and compassion, and a sharp, dry wit that many came to appreciate. He's survived by his wife, Patty, his children and their spouses, his grandchildren, all of whom were deeply cherished and central to his life. On behalf of the City Council and Costa Mesa community, we extend our heartfelt condolences to Joe's family. May they find comfort in knowing that Joe was deeply respected and appreciated by the community. So before I do the next thing, I want to say I'm glad that the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned Chief Stefano. So Chief Stefano, I think this is his last meeting with us. And no one has contributed more to the community than Chief Stefano. He's been our chief for over 12 years, and there's just not enough words to express my gratitude for what he's brought to the community. And so, however, I will say, because I do believe it's open to the public, but if not, it's going to be open in about 2 seconds. If you want to say goodbye to Chief Stefano on Friday at 2 o'clock in the community room, we're going to be celebrating his time with us and say goodbye to Chief Stefano. So everybody's invited. There'll be enough for everybody. So come on and say goodbye to Chief Stefano. Now, finally, this is news that I just heard from Chief LaPointe today, so it might be a surprise and shock to some of you, including those up here on the dais. It is with a heavy heart that I share the news of the passing of former Police Chief Roger Neth, a foundational leader in the history of the Costa Mesa Police Department. Chief Neth passed away last week at the age of 98. Chief Neth's 33-year career in law enforcement was remarkable in both its longevity and its impact. He joined the Costa Mesa Police Department in 1953, that's the year the city was incorporated, as one of the first sworn officers and proudly wore badge number 2. From the very beginning, he helped shape the department's identity, becoming the first officer to patrol the streets of Costa Mesa on December 16th, 1953. There's a photo of Chief Neth there. He's the one on the left, the far left. Throughout his distinguished career, Chief Neth rose through the ranks, serving as patrol officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and assistant chief before being appointed chief of police in 1965, a position he held with distinction for 21 years until his retirement in 1986. His tenure remains the longest in the history of the department. Chief Neth's commitment to innovation and community-oriented policing helped establish many practices that have become hallmarks of the Costa Mesa Police Department. Under his leadership, the department built a state-of-the-art communication building, introduced vehicle-mounted computer terminals, enhanced DUI enforcement technology, brought handwriting experts to the Orange County law enforcement. He was a driving force to establish early helicopter operations, where he became a certified pilot and known for flying Santa to local elementary schools to celebrate Christmas. Colleagues knew him as a dedicated professional who believed in being progressive, innovative, and above all, service-oriented. In recognition of his legacy, the city of Costa Mesa renamed Civic Center Park adjacent to the police department in his honor, now and forever known as Neth Park, a testament to his foundational influence on our community. Chief Neth's leadership was rooted in professionalism, respect, and unwavering commitment to those he served. We extend our deepest condolences to his family and his loved ones during this difficult time. In this time of loss, may we honor Chief Neth by reflecting on his legacy and the countless officers and community members he impacted through his life of service. There's going to be no formal funeral service, as the family has decided to celebrate privately. The other thing is, Chief Neth was a Costa Mesa resident. He lived in District 3 on Bucknell. And so he was a great guy and a wonderful, kind-hearted man, and he lived a wonderful, long life. So God bless Chief Neth. All right, with that, we're going to do a report from our city manager, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly.
Thank you. Welcome to the first meeting of 2026. It's already shaping up to be a busy year for us. We started, as Councilmember Pettis noted, with the groundbreaking at Brentwood Park. Brentwood Park is one of the many parks scheduled for upgrades this year, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, including Ketchum-Leibolt, the skate park, and Shalimar Park. Related to that, our Costa Mesa City TV team has launched a new feature titled Let's Talk Costa Mesa. It'll include city leaders discussing our city projects and priorities. The most recent video featured the improvements taking place at Brentwood Park, and we did another on safe routes to school. So I encourage you all to follow our social media pages and check it out. Coming up, our Public Works Transportation Services team will host a community bike skills workshop this coming Saturday, January 24th from 9 a.m. to noon at Costa Mesa City Hall. Riders of all ages and skill levels are welcome to enjoy free bike skills courses, bike tune-ups, free helmets while supplies last. So we look forward to seeing you there. And lastly, the Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue 2026 recruitment for firefighter and firefighter paramedics is now open through this Saturday, January 24th, 2026. Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue is seeking the best of the best with a vision for excellence to join our talented team. To learn more, please visit the Fire and Rescue Department page on our city website at costamesaca.gov. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is our city attorney, Ms. Kimberly Hall Barlow. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy New Year, everyone. I do want to address a couple of items that were the public commented on with respect to the defense agreements for immigration-related services. The city allocated $200,000 to that effort. We have contracts with 2 providers who are actively providing that service. I believe the information is all available on the website as to how to access that service, and information was handed out earlier this evening. Staff has been working hard on getting that information out to the community. Secondly, with respect to the tennis center, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we did hear about the problems, and we are on it. We understand that the phone is out of service and that the services really aren't being provided there at this moment. We intend to remedy that as quickly as possible. And we do hope that if anybody in the community has paid for services at the tennis center that they have not received, that they will communicate with our staff so that we can document that and get that handled. We are in the process of conducting an audit of the finances of the operator, and we will certainly want to make sure that all of Costa Mesa patrons are properly handled. So with that, have Happy New Year. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar are items that are considered routine and will be acted on in one motion unless they're pulled by the public or the staff or a council member. Note that Councilmember Gameros has to abstain from consent calendar item number 3 because his wife works at Priceless Pets, one of the recipients of a check. So, Madam Clerk, has anything been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then let's see. I guess I'll make a motion to approve. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Call for the question.
It's going to be a voice vote, please.
Voice vote. Okay.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. So let's do item number, public hearing number 1, then we can take a brief break. Would you please read the title,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
This is introduction and first reading of an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code regarding planning, zoning, and development to allow for ministerial processing of 2-unit small lot ordinance projects and adoption of associated fees. Staff presentation by Mr. Yeager, Senior Planner.
Mr. Yeager, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and Council. My name is Chris Yeager, Senior Planner here with the City of Costa Mesa. Tonight before you is a zoning code amendment to allow for 2-unit small lot ordinance projects to be processed ministerially. So just some background on the ordinance itself. It was first established in 2014, and this was Orange County's first small lot ordinance. And what it allows is up to 15-unit subdivisions of multiple family lots into fee simple lots for home ownership purposes. There's various development standards which allow for this at the density which is allowed under the underlying zone. On 3 separate occasions, the council has modified these standards. This would be the 4th ordinance modifying the ordinance. The intent of this ordinance is to mirror what has been allowed by Senate Bill 9. In 2022, SB 9 went into effect, which allows for ministerial 2-unit subdivisions in single-family zoning lots. The intent is to allow for the same thing on multiple family lots. So again, this would allow for a ministerial pathway, which means that there's no discretion. It wouldn't be going to Planning Commission. The review would be based on objective standards that city staff could just check off. In addition, the amendment would provide clarification on various development standards which aren't so clear in the ordinance. These are based on previous practices and interpretations. So this ordinance should reduce processing time for these 2-unit projects. It should increase home ownership opportunities by reducing barriers, and it would provide consistency with the R1 zone. As I mentioned, the projects are reviewed by objective standards. Staff has developed a checklist which would be submitted with any application proposing this project. And as long as all the items are met, the city staff can approve the project. Planning Commission reviewed the ordinance back on December 8th. They recommended that council conduct the first reading on a 5-2 vote with a clerical amendment in Table 13-29C. The ordinance was supported for streamlining the processes, and it was also requested that City Council look to reduce fees for the ministerial subdivisions. The concerns on the dissenting votes were that the ministerial process would remove notice to neighbors and it would remove public input from the process. Also, as part of the item tonight, it is a fee resolution. The current fee for these types of projects is approaching $8,000. The new fee has been calculated by looking at staff time involved in the process, and it's proposed to be reduced to $2,800. CEQA has been examined, and the project could be found exempt from CEQA review pursuant to general rule because there's no increased density allowed, no new land uses are authorized, and there's no reasonably foreseeable physical change to the environment that would occur. So with that, staff's recommending that the council find the project exempt from CEQA under general rule, to introduce the ordinance by first reading, and to adopt a resolution establishing the fee for the 2-unit subdivision, and to reaffirm the same fee for SB 9 projects as well. And I am available to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Just real quick, since we're reducing the requirement to notify neighbors. So if a neighbor, how will a neighbor know what's going on? Will that, I mean, if they have an issue, what's the recourse for them? How do they go about expressing themselves?
So if the project complies with all development standards, there would be no notice to neighbors. If there are standards that they're deviating from, there's processes in place for that, minor modifications, administrative adjustments, variances, and in that case, they would receive a notice from the city to provide comment.
So the neighbor would have to be paying close attention to know he had an issue with whatever the project was. There will be no knowledge for the neighbor, no way for the neighbor to know what's going on until it's too late. Is that inaccurate?
So if it complies with all of the standards, there would be no notice provided to them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Councilmember Reynolds? No questions? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Happy New Year, council members. So the funniest thing is that as I'm listening to this is no physical change. The first lady that spoke this evening is the one that's having the problem with the neighbor just building a deck that the individuals can look right through her living room. And this proposal will literally not let anybody know what the next door neighbor is doing, which is going to impact parking on the street because those second units will not have a garage or the ability to park their vehicles there. And yet it's not going to have any impact on the community as well. I understand that we need more houses, but this is literally opening up Pandora's box to the fact that you're going to have neighbors going after neighbors in and out of coming and complaining to you guys about windows, parking, pumps for swimming pools, and whatever else is going to come in. So I honestly don't know how you guys are going to navigate this because you're required to allow for more housing, but this is going to impact everybody on so many different levels that I can't even begin to understand. I'm a general contractor. This is like one of the craziest thing that's coming through the pipeline, which is exactly what's going on in LA right now, right after the fires. They said it was going to be streamlined. They said it was going to be easy. Over 16,000 properties have been damaged. Less than 1,000 have already been built. This is going to take years, and this is going to cause more problems to Costa Mesa as well. Thanks.
Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment. We'll get a motion on the table. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Marr. Do you wish to be heard?
Yes. First of all, thank you for staff for bringing this back. A while back, we had one of these items, a small 2-unit lot split, come to council, and I made the comment about why do we make this ministerial? Because we're not using CEQA, because it's following kind of state law and what they've already decided to do with lots. I think this is a very good thing to do. It helps expedite the process, makes it easier for folks to build more housing that we desperately need in the community. And for that, I'm happy to support this item.
Okay, Councilmember Marr?
Nothing to add.
Okay, good. Anybody else? All right, let's call for the question. Oh, voice vote. Voice vote.
Councilmember Pettis?
No.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Pettis voting no.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at 8 o'clock. All right, we're back on the record with public hearing item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa adding Article 7 to Chapter 2 of Title 9 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to grocery and drugstore staffing standards for self-service checkout stations. Presentation by Mr. Barkman, Government Affairs Manager.
Mr. Barkman, you've got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here tonight to discuss the proposed ordinance requiring staffing at self-service checkout stations. In early 2025, the City of Long Beach began the effort to consider this ordinance, and in August 12th, 2025, the Council adopted an ordinance to mandate staffing requirements at grocery and drug retail stores. We were requested to present to the Council an analysis of that item, and on November 4th, 2025, sorry, the typo here, Costa Mesa staff presented a preliminary analysis of the Long Beach ordinance and impacts of implementing a similar measure in Costa Mesa. At that meeting on November 4th, the Costa Mesa City Council directed staff to prepare an ordinance based on the City of Long Beach for its consideration. After that meeting, we also conducted outreach and sought the engagement of interested parties, beginning with the United Food and Commercial Workers, UFCW, who explained to us that they were sponsoring state legislation and leading local efforts modeled on pandemic hazard pay measures. They were looking to require staff checkout during all times, and they were concerned about employees being diverted from assisting customers by self-checkout stations. They also were concerned that language barriers and errors with the machines were resulting in a negative customer experience, and that this was leading also to retail theft being underreported. Also, grocers and retailers reached out, and we met with them. And they mentioned to us that they considered this effectively a ban on self-checkout. Their feeling was that the issue of self-checkout machines was addressed in collective bargaining agreements, and that there was no substantial theft issue they felt in the city of Costa Mesa and the stores that they discussed with us, and that they were interested in providing consumer options, and that included the use of self-checkout machines. What we also found in talking to the City of Long Beach staff on their initial findings, based on 4 months of their ordinance being in place, is that they were they have noted during the holidays that stores and customers were experiencing frustration. They did not observe any substantial increase in staffing as a result of the ordinance, and that during the holiday period, they noticed longer lines and confusion. This especially came about with the ability or the attempts to try and enforce the prohibition on locked goods going through self-checkout and the requirement that it be 15 items or less. In addition to that, they noted that stores were concerned with fines and the costs that arose from the enforcement by private right of action. The proposed Costa Mesa ordinance is modeled on the Long Beach ordinance with a couple of modifications, and I'll note those when I get to that point. Key highlights of the ordinance is it applies to food retail establishments, over 15,000 square feet, and to all drug retail establishments. It requires staffing of 1 employee per 3 stations. It limits self-checkout to 15 items or less, and prohibits self-checkout for items that are locked or with theft deterrent measures. The enforcement is provided through the private right of action, and I'll note one of the modifications when I get to the next slide on that issue. Where we are also proposing modification from the Long Beach ordinance is a alternative compliance through the use of design elements and staffing. What we have included in the ordinance is a proposal to allow self-checkout to be separated and secured by barriers such as railing, placed away from exits so that those using the self-checkout stations would have to pass by staff stations, and that the dedicated staff be assigned to the self-checkout areas. In the area of enforcement and penalties, the ordinance is modeled on the Long Beach using civil action by employees or customers. This would be noted by signage that is required by the ordinance be posted by the stores. And what we did make a modification that we suggested is that a notification be also included so that stores are made aware of a potential violation. And that in that notification, stores be provided 7 days to cure the violation before proceeding to the civil action. It was our feeling that this would allow customers, employees, and stores to resolve the incidents before proceeding to costly litigation. The penalties remain the same as the Long Beach ordinance of $100 per violation, increasing by $100 per day with $1,000 max per employee or customer. And then also attorney's fees and costs would be recoverable too. Here we show some of the stores, or those stores in the city of Costa Mesa that would be impacted here. We did display this in November when we presented this item, but there's a couple modifications. I've noted that the Target stores in Costa Mesa would fall under the ordinance provisions defining a drug retail store. And so on the first Target, just to note that they have 10 self-checkout stations. The 6 plus 4 just denotes that they have 6 stations on one side and 4 stations on the other. So for a total of 10 stations in the whole store. And then the chart goes on to list other stores impacted. The Target on 17th, the 3 CVS stores. And then when it comes to the food retail stores, those stores highlighted in the orange or all would be impacted by the proposed ordinance. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan Inlewis to discuss some of the economic impacts that we reviewed in considering this measure.
Thank you, Jay, and good evening, Council. Good evening. I've been asked to provide a brief explanation of the excerpts included in the staff report from the 2025 leakage report, retail leakage report. A retail leakage report first shares whether local residents are spending money for products within their community or outside of it. It compares what people who live in an area are likely to spend with how much local stores actually capture. When spending leaves the community, it is called retail leakage. When local stores attract spending from outside the area, it is called retail surplus. Cities use these reports to understand which types of stores are missing, potentially, which retail categories are strong, and where there may be opportunities to support new businesses, reduce travel for shopping, and grow local tax revenue. And so to clearly articulate, here's some breakdowns in this next table. 1 signifies 100% or a direct 1-to-1 ratio of the potential local retail sales to actual retail sales captured. Anything above 1 signifies retail surplus, or our retail sales surpass our own local demand, and anything below 1 signifies retail leakage. City of Costa Mesa has retail surplus in most categories, demonstrating that shoppers in Orange County are conditioned and willing to shop throughout the entire region, and our current mix of uses attract more than the amount of our local demand across most categories, including grocery stores. Furthermore, while we have a retail surplus in most major retail stores types, we see 60% shortfall when it comes to general merchandise stores. A significant portion of this is due to the city not having a warehouse club store, but is also due to the limited number of superstores and department stores within the city, like Target in the city, and exacerbated by having alternative stores within close proximity to Costa Mesa. And this concludes my evaluation of the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. With that, I'll proceed to some of the alternatives that we raise in the council report. One of the things that the city council may consider is taking no action on the proposed ordinance and directing staff to support state legislation applying reasonable standards to stores in all cities. In addition, an alternative motion this council may consider is directing staff to amend the proposed ordinance to align with pending state legislation and existing collective bargaining agreements that require a non-self-service checkout station always be open and that 1 staff person be dedicated per bank of self-checkout machines. Additionally, the council may just receive and file this report. Again, the recommendation listed on the staff report is that the council receive public comment and consider the provisions of the draft ordinance, which would be to introduce and give first reading to the further reading to ordinance number 2026, adding Article 7 of Chapter 2 of Title 9 to the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. With that, I will conclude my remarks and take any questions.
Thank you. Council, questions?
I have a question.
Councilmember
I didn't
Pettis.
cut anybody off. Okay. So looking, we just coincidentally just received a giant book on the adopted budget for the coming year and what happened the previous year. And one of the things that we know for sure, we did well in a lot of areas and fell short on expected or projected sales tax. And I know there's a number of reasons for that. And my question is, if we're going to take a large ordinance and implement it, and it's going to affect Target, Northgate, Ralph's, Vons, CVS, Albertsons, Staters, and are we concerned that this is going to exacerbate the risk of shortfalls in sales tax in the coming year?
I think, sorry, with that, I'll turn to the financial impact statement. And let me just pull that up here real quickly, because we did ask the Department of Finance. It's hard to quantify an exact amount, but obviously any potential negative impacts to consumer spending or behavior within the city, whether it's attributed to the ordinance or just consumer trends, may reduce sales tax revenues in the general consumer goods category. So.
Okay, thanks for that. And secondly, when crafting this ordinance, I'm wondering, I know we're based almost exclusively on the Long Beach ordinance, but I'm wondering, when it was being crafted, was there an effort on behalf of the grocers to communicate with the union folks and come together on deciding these things? Was there an effort to put those two together to talk when doing this?
We met with each group separately, but both indicated to us that they've been engaged in conversation for the past year or longer at the state level related to the state legislation, and also through their collective bargaining agreement discussions.
So our local grocers were, in fact, in communication with the local union on this ordinance?
At least the local grocers that have agreements with the UFCW have been engaged. So those would be those stores would be engaged in those conversations. I can't speak to the other non-union stores.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Marr.
I may have missed this. Can walk me through the, I don't know if it's correlation or causation between like self-checkout and leakage, or self-checkout and sales tax? Like, what evidence do we have that going to a register versus going to self-checkout has a financial impact?
I think what we know, and the data that Dan discusses, we know that Costa Mesa shoppers already have experience shopping outside of the city. Based on the Buxton report, they shop in our neighboring cities already. So I think the question we're posing is just whether those consumers have the opportunity to change their behavior. We know that at least some of them already are aware and could make that decision.
Okay, but we don't think that people shop in other cities because they're avoiding, do we think that because they're avoiding self-checkout, or because they're avoiding theft, or what is the, I'm not understanding the connection.
I think there's a lot of reasons that consumers can be shopping outside of the city.
Yeah.
So I think that's all we're noting, is that they already are doing that.
Yeah, there was no study in consumer correlation, but what we'd assume is that the more options for convenience that a store is providing for their customers impacts the potential of where they may shop or how they shop.
And did we look into any other evidence about how consumers feel about self-checkout?
Well, I think we received information from both sides, the UCW and also the stores, that there are a certain percentage of consumers that, depending on the demographic, do enjoy self-checkout, but it varies. And so both groups seem to agree that that is a growing trend. I think they just have different positions on what that means and how to address it. We've seen some of the information UFCW provided to us is that it's increasing, but it's also contributing to theft, with some of those people surveyed noting that because of issues with self-checkout, they have maybe taken an item and just not scanned it, whether intentionally or unintentionally, just because of lack of convenience. So,
did either of you see the social media ads that have been running?
I think I've seen a couple in the last couple of days, but
Did you
maybe
see
not all of them.
one that in I think a weirdly a weird allusion to the pro-choice movement, said "my grocery store, my choice."
I did not see that one.
I'm just wondering if that is a if there's evidence to back up that notion that leakage or shopping in other places is somehow connected to the lack of choice. I mean, is that something that we have any concrete evidence for?
No, we don't. We just, again, we have the information that we know that Costa Mesa residents do shop outside the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you go back to slide 7 for me, please? So the sheet that I have doesn't show the contrast as well as it does on my screen and up there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the first 5 stores, Target twice, CVS 2, 3 times. Can you define what that beige, tan, whatever that color is, indicates?
Those are the stores that would be impacted by the ordinance in the sense that the 2 Target stores have self-checkout stations above the ratio of 3 to 1. And that the CVS stores, while they're below the ratio, they are not staffed by dedicated staff. In my observations, in my quick survey, those staff appear to have other duties, so they would not be compliant with the ordinance.
Okay, so the Target store on 3030 Harbor has 10 self-checkout stations and only 1 employee is dedicated to those 10? Is that correct?
Yeah, during my visit, only one was open. Only one bank was open. The other bank was not open. So
What do you mean by one bank?
One of they have 2 banks. So a bank is just a collection of machines. So they have 2 banks, one on each end of the exit. I don't know how familiar you are with the store there. They have 6 machines on one end, and then they have 4 machines on the other end, and then in the middle, it's all staffed
Okay,
stations.
so for example, let's just use the Target on 3030 Harbor. If they only have three of those open, then they only need 1 employee. Is that correct?
Correct. And
then if they open a 4th, then they have to get a 2nd employee engaged, right?
Right. If they had 3, yes.
So there's nothing that says because they have 10, they automatically have to have 4 employees standing around there with all 10 stations open, right? So it's just it's like an on-demand situation, right? If there's a demand, like I've been to the supermarket before and someone makes an announcement, open up a register on, cash register 7, and someone walks over and opens it up and the line lessens briefly and then everyone goes back to business as usual while it's affected. So the Target on 3030 Harbor, essentially, as demand demands, they could increase or decrease the employee need based on how long the line is, right?
Yes, that's correct. For all the stores, they could increase.
For all the
staffing.
stores?
Yes.
Okay, and I noticed that Home Depot isn't on here. Can you tell me why?
The ordinance only applies to drug retail and food retail.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. Because I was just at Home Depot the other day and they have 0 manned registers. The whole thing is just, I don't even want to go there. Okay. All right. Well, I think I kind of have that covered. So that's a drug retail. So we go down to the food retail. Northgate has 9 checkout stations with 1 employee, and are all 9 of those open at Northgate? All the time, or do you not know?
In the times that I visited, they are all open.
They are always open, and there's always is never always, but for the most part, and they only have 1 person there trying to man 9 stations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I observed at the times that I visited. Yes.
Okay, and essentially, if this was the case, they could shut down 6 of those stations to keep 1 person there, and if they got busy, they could just add people as they wanted to open stations back up, right? Same thing?
Yes, under the ordinance, they would have to go to the 4th station or above. They would have to add a staff person.
Are there any stores here listed on this list that you have that are excluded from this ordinance if we were to pass it as stated?
So yes, in the proposed ordinance with the amendment that I've included on the alternative compliance method, Northgate would be compliant because they do have the self-checkout stations. Let me go back to that slide, actually. Separated and secured by barriers, placed away from the exits with the staff stations in between them and the exits. And they did have at least one dedicated staff person in the self-checkout areas.
Okay, how does separating and securing with a barrier, placing it away from an exit, preclude them from being part? I don't know. What does that do? How did that get them out of it?
Well, we were asked to consider the investments that Mercado had made to basically address retail theft. And specifically, the Mercado sought to address retail theft by designing their stores in this specific way. So hence, we came up with the alternative compliance method to allow for those stores that pursue those design elements for consideration by the council.
Okay, okay, fair enough. And the same with Target? Targets did the same thing as Northgate did, or?
No, the Target, neither of the Targets would be, their machines are on the ends near the exit, so they would not be, they would not meet this alternative compliance.
Okay, so what other stores besides the Northgate store would not be a part of this?
At this time, I believe only Northgate would be compliant.
So Northgate gets a pass because of barrier, whatever they have?
Correct, because of the design elements.
Because of
have,
their-
and they do have one staff person dedicated.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
Thank you, staff, for meeting with every group. I think that's a really good precedent for us to set moving forward. I had one question, and I may have missed it on the ordinance. Did we change the fleet requirement from the Long Beach ordinance to the Costa Mesa ordinance, or did we keep it the same?
Yes, we did include a modification to eliminate in the ordinance, the Long Beach ordinance, it had a definition for food retail stores over 85,000 square feet. We don't have any food retail stores over 85,000 square feet, so I felt including that language just didn't apply for Costa Mesa. I know there's been some concerns raised about that from the UFCW, but again, we just didn't think that was an element that was applicable to the conditions, the stores environment that we see here in Costa Mesa.
Okay. And then how did we come to like what made the Northgate design like something that we felt was uniquely different from perhaps the Vons or Ralph's or Target?
Well, as was explained to us, they made specific decisions to design their self-checkout because they're dealing with an issue of maximizing throughput, complications in the parking lot. So their store was specifically designed to address retail theft issues and maximize customer experience. So it was my attempt to try and recognize that investment they've made and include some of those features.
Okay. Thank you.
Arliss, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds? All right. So
Not at this time.
I got some questions. So, yeah, can you go back to 7, please? First of all, so I think, what Mr. Inlos was getting at is we leak, is the word used, to other cities. And I think we're kind of talking about Costco, right, in Fountain Valley. I mean, that's one of the big examples. Do they have self-checkout at Costco?
I don't know.
They do? They do?
They do.
Okay.
Apparently.
All right. All right. Everybody seems to be going there, I mean, they've got self-checkout, so I don't know. So anyhow, so if Costco, if you're listening, come to Costa Mesa. So what I'm really struggling with, and either you staff or maybe some of the people that we engage with from the industry or UFCW, is to really try to understand what we're getting at in terms of additional employees, if any, right? Because as Councilmember Gameros pointed out, you might not need to hire any additional employees. You just redirect those employees if you want to open up additional, self-checkouts. And then the other thing is, what's the financial impact of this on any individual store. I'm not seeing any information from either side on either one of those issues. I think that should be pretty important. And I have met with both sides. I've talked with them extensively. I'm still not getting that analysis. Can you help me with it? I mean, how many more employees are we talking about? Which would be good for the employees that are hired. We're all about job creation. I did a whole state of the city on job creation. That's a good thing if it's going to happen. But I'm not convinced that this will create even one job, number one. And number two is, I'm also not convinced that the ordinance will cost even one penny to the stores.
I think all I can really say to that is we, the city, do not have the information to speak to the job impact. All I can relay is what the City of Long Beach staff shared with us. And again, this is anecdotal in some ways. They are working on an update back to their council after now having this ordinance in place a few months. So
what did they share?
They shared that they anecdotally have not seen a difference in staff increase from what they observed during their visits during the holiday period. They didn't notice that.
And in the, well, and they don't have the data. You're talking about just observing.
Right,
I mean,
they also.
So what?
Right.
Who cares? That doesn't really, that's not what I'm getting at, right? I'm getting at in Long Beach were more people hired. Yes, no, if yes, how many? We don't know. We do not know. You got to say it on the mic.
Sorry, we don't know that. We don't have that data.
So then we don't know whether any jobs were created, and therefore whether even one penny was more expensive to the stores. Now, the other thing is, when I talked to the stores, one of their big issues was PAGA lawsuits, right? And I get it. I mean, I understand that, because consumer lawsuits are expensive to defend. Whatever the number is there, the $100 up to $1,000 is peanuts compared to the next category, which is attorney's fees and costs. And it's become a cottage industry for some lawyers to sue stores. Did we do any analysis as to the potentially adverse impact of PAGA lawsuits?
No, I can't say that we did.
And was there anything done by Long Beach that they shared?
They just shared that they are not aware of any lawsuits since the enactment of the ordinance. They have not been made aware of this.
In Long Beach, I think you said in one of your slides that some of the stores have elected to remove self-checkouts. Did they physically remove the self-checkouts, or did they do just as Councilmember Gamero suggested, shut them down, but keep the actual infrastructure, the self-checkout there?
I believe what they indicated to us that in the short term, what they've seen is they've just been shut down, kind of powered off, while the stores judge the long-term viability and whether or not they want to bring them back. So
at least up to the point where it would, I guess it would be, you could have two with one employee, right?
Right. I think there has been a mixed response. Some stores have kept them, but some stores have just shut them down. So
Okay.
I think it's been mixed in Long Beach.
Right.
I can't speak to a percentage or a number.
And then just a real basic question that I'm sure everybody understands but me, but you got three, so you got 1, 2, 3 open. That requires one employee, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you go to the fourth. Now we need 2 employees.
Correct.
5, 6, still 2 employees.
Correct.
And then when you get to the 7th, you got to have your third.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Get it. I get it. Why are we including anything in our ordinance about the 15 items? Why do we care about that? And also, just to add together, why do we care about this idea about the items that are behind the glass, or whatever, the anti-theft items? Why is that included?
That was included in the Long Beach ordinance. So
Why?
The argument that we've heard from UFCW is that those items are facing particularly are a target of theft issues and create a problem for employees. And so that was their reasoning for addressing that the 15 items or less also ensured that, you had a kind of more efficient use of the self-checkout, keeping it to the smaller amount of items and quick grab and go.
Okay. And other than Long Beach, are there any other municipalities that have this, that regulate this?
No, my understanding is Long Beach is the first and only so far.
Okay. You created a notice to cure. Why did you pick 7 days, and why do you think 7 days to cure is reasonable as opposed to some higher number, like 30 days?
In my view, it felt like 7 days was enough time for at least the store to fix any kind of short-term staffing issues, whether that's someone calling in sick or whatever reason they weren't available to address that with scheduling. But I can't say that there was an analysis done to find that 7 days would allow them more time or a reasonable amount of, a perfect amount of time. So
It just was your kind of gut feel?
yeah, I guess you would say that.
Okay. All right. And then there's no notice to cure in Long Beach, correct?
Correct.
And the alternative compliance, again, you spoke with Northgate and you just kind of came up with it.
Yeah, try to review and then analyze the features that they included. And it's not inclusive, this list isn't inclusive of everything. They also have some technology solutions that are also in place. They require a receipt scanner that they have present in their store for the self-checkout. So.
Okay. All right.
One last question, John.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just thinking if I'm
So
done.
it seems like the hairier parts of this deal are with the Long Beach ordinance. What is the reasoning? Why would we want to go with the Long Beach ordinance versus just going with the already in place CBA and or the state legislation? Why not just dovetail? Why not just mirror that versus the Long Beach ordinance?
It's offered for consideration by the council, so.
I was just curious why would we go with Long Beach, in your opinion?
That was the direction at the last council meeting to bring back an ordinance based on the Long Beach model.
Who asked that? Was that you, John? I don't think that was Manuel. Okay, all right. Thanks.
So my last question, I mean, is there anything in Costa Mesa that any ordinance, and maybe this is for the city attorney or whoever, that you would say is analogous to this, that we regulate an industry? I mean, obviously with cannabis, we've got a lot of stuff. We have them jump through all kinds of hoops, and we have a labor peace requirement, and they've got to do a lot of special things. But other than that, excluding cannabis, is there any other industry or any other example of this, where we do something like this to an industry?
Off the top of my
Mr.
head.
Mayor, something like this, I don't think so. But of course, we regulate lots of different kinds of businesses. We regulate temporary sale lots. We massage businesses. Those lots in our code, but
Yeah,
specifically like this, no.
Smoke shops.
Correct, but nothing like this.
Okay.
It's comparable to this.
Yeah, and I get it, smoke shops, arguably massage parlors, what do you call it, cannabis, those are kind of vicey type businesses, right? So we regulate them a little bit more carefully, prone to, NOx. We got the NOx thing that we did for smoke that applies to smoke shops. We have limitations on smoke shops. Of course, liquor stores.
Of course.
Right. But any non-vice business.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're highly regulatory, but in our code, we do require, at least permits for certain temporary kinds of uses, like I say, like Christmas tree lots and pumpkin patches and that type of thing. But I would not call those regulatory at all.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
I don't know if I can answer your question.
Oh, of course,
but,
yeah, of course.
I mean,
No,
one
yeah,
of the things that
yeah.
comes to mind is the extensive process we went through with Northgate's CUP, in which we were regulating number of TVs outside, hours of operation of said TVs, whether dancing would be allowed, whether whether it's music over a speaker would be allowed, over what they were going to show outside, whether they would be used for birthday parties. I mean, I could go on, but you actually articulated this very well the last time this came up.
I think, I do remember that. I don't think we have all that stuff about birthday parties and things
It was part of the Planning Commission's discussion, very much. What would the outside be used for? Would it be loud quinceañeras or quiet quinceañeras?
Yeah, I don't remember that. And I can't remember that from the Planning Commission, but I don't think that was part of our deliberations, and it didn't make it into the CUP. But of course, we have CUPs. But are any of these businesses subject to CUPs? Are they?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, just to answer that, the grocery stores and general merchandise stores are currently not subject to conditional use permits. There are certain operational criteria that might trigger that, like service of alcohol, but generally, no, they are not.
Why not?
It's a lot. They're by right commercial uses allowed in the city's land use matrix.
Okay. Why was Northgate?
Probably
subject?
alcohol, and probably alcohol service and any kind of live entertainment, anything that has environmental impacts, so light, noise, odors, that kind of thing is regulated out of the zoning ordinance, and certain elements could trigger conditional use permits. A lot of things like restaurants do trigger conditional use permits, so the restaurant at the front of Northgate perhaps triggered the need for a conditional use permit, but the general sale, retail goods typically does not.
To add to that, the Northgate was also required because of outdoor activity, which speaks to a lot of the issues that were discussed as examples, potential impacts for noise considerations because of the residential properties nearby.
Okay.
Mayor, I have two more questions that came up during the discussion. First of all, I just want to point out, to kind of Mar's point, it's funny we're talking about the noise of TVs when the street traffic is louder than the TVs when you go to Northgate. But I have two questions. One is really for the public, just because Councilmember Pettis mentioned the CBA, and just for everyone's clarity in the audience, could you explain what he's referring to with the CBA?
Yeah, I know that was, I guess that's on the slide, but I think it's in the staff report. It was pointed out to us, let me find that section here, by the store representatives that currently the CBA covers this. They felt, let me see, where did I thought we had that in here. Under the CBA, they currently have an agreement that a staff person, and this is the collective bargaining agreement, sorry, this is the agreement between the labor group and the stores that have represented employees, that they are allowed to have one staff person per bank of machines, and that the collective bargaining agreement also requires that a manual non-self-checkout station be open at all times. And that is in their collective bargaining agreement and was confirmed by the UFCW.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because I know Senator Pettis mentioned it and we hadn't discussed it too deeply. I have one last question. I think maybe Senator Mar mentioned this and I may have missed it, but one of the things when we're going and talking to the Long Beach, city of Long Beach, did we talk to any of the workers that are, having to work through these changes? Did we get their perspective at all?
I believe in our meeting with the UCW, there was one employee who worked in Long Beach.
Okay.
And maybe also, I can't remember if they worked in Costa Mesa at that time. I remember they did work in the Long Beach store at least.
Okay, yeah, because I think, again, I'm really happy that you talked to everyone. I like this model of having city staff talk to the interest groups. I think that's really healthy and good for us to do. It just came to me right now, like whenever we talk to an employee that's in Long Beach that's seeing this be implemented in their stores. I'm sure the folks in the audience will mention anything they think relevant during public comment. But that's it for now. Thank you.
I have just one last question that we'll open up to the public. Which one of the stores which stores on page 7 or subject to the collective bargaining agreement?
I believe that would be Vaughn's and Rouse. And I believe that's it. I'm not sure about Sprouts, but I believe there are representatives from the stores and the Grocers Association that can speak to that.
Thank you.
I know
All right.
Sprouts was on our call, but I can't remember if they're part of the
Okay.
CBA.
Yes, of course.
I'm sorry, I'd like to ask one more question.
Sure.
Do you know which of these stores that are impacted have representation and which ones do not have representation?
Yes, that's to the mayor's question. I believe that's Vaughn's and Rouse. I don't know about Sprouts.
So Target, or better yet, Northgate, their employees don't have any representation, is that correct?
That was my understanding.
And we're going to give the ones that don't have representation a pass?
A pass on.
A pass
Target
on
would
this
be-
ordinance because they put some ropes and poles up to delineate where their non-manned registers are. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Target would be subject to the ordinance. And in case of Northgate, they would not be subject because they have fixed barriers under the alternative compliance language that's proposed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, open it up to the public. Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Derek Smith. I am the Political Director for UFCW Local 324. We appreciate the effort from the city to put together an ordinance that we can be proud of, one that addresses not only rampant shoplifting, but also the pernicious effect that the increased reliance of self-checkout has on grocery workers and the communities they serve. We have three major issues with the staff report and the ordinance. If addressed, we would be in support of this ordinance. The alternative one is the alternative compliance, or the Northgate solution, which allows grocery stores to be exempt from the law if they put up barricades. We can all admit that the Mercado is undeniably a nice store, but they currently employ one worker for 9 self-checkouts, which is about the worst staffing ratio in the county. They are as susceptible to theft as any other grocery store, and self-checkout customers have less service than any other store in Costa Mesa. If this exemption is codified, expect the problem to worsen in a hurry because you will have created the model that all grocery is going to follow. 2, by eliminating the 85,000 square footage for superstores, the ordinance exempts Targets from the ordinance. That is not the city's intention, is what I'm hearing, but if it isn't, why would you create ambiguity, which will certainly encourage litigation? 3, while we understand the city's interest in the inclusion of a cure language to create notification of potential violations, the solution of written notification to corporate offices is the least expedient way to solve the problem. We would recommend that verbal notification to store managers, at a minimum written notification to store managers, gives sufficient notice to start the clock on fixing violations. Worth noting that every store gives all their staff 7 days notice before their schedule anyway. Finally, private right of action is a common way for workers to have confidence that the ordinance will be enforced, and it spares taxpayers the expense of city-mandated compliance. If a store has 7 days security violation, then it seems reasonable to assume that the only businesses that should have any fear of fines levied on them are those that willfully intend to circumvent the law. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and members of the City Council. My name is David Haithcock, and I am the President and CEO of the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce. Originally this was built around safety, public safety. And so some of that was original comments were kind of built around that. Because we do fully recognize there's importance of public safety and employee well-being and addressing retail theft. However, the way this ordinance is written, we respectfully oppose this draft ordinance. First, the ordinance crosses a fundamental line by placing the city in the position of managing detailed operational decisions for non-cannabis related businesses or any other type of I guess, vice-type business that the mayor had mentioned. It doesn't just set safety expectations. It mandates how stores must staff, how checkout lanes must operate, number of items that can be purchased at a self-checkout, what signage must be posted, even how checkout areas should be arranged. The level of authoritative regulation removes flexibility and imposes a one-size-fits-all approach that does not reflect the diversity of Costa Mesa's retail formats or real-world operating conditions. And one of the speakers before me said something about ambiguity, and I completely agree. The enforcement structure and compliance ambiguity creates serious concerns. The ordinance includes a private right of action with escalating penalties and attorney fees, which invites litigation rather than cooperation and compliance. I think the interpretation, how an ordinance is written, is critical, because if you leave it to interpretation, then you have the risk of additional lawsuits. A couple of items that I was going to mention was, we talk about staffing ratios, but how does that apply to the scan and go? Scan and go is when you get to use your phone. I love scan and go. I can check out right there with my phone and exit the store. But it's like the way the ordinance is written is like it doesn't state, where does that imply for staffing of something like that? And it was included in the ordinance as far as the term scan and go. If the ordinance and 9 kiosks are installed, we talked about this, the ordinance doesn't specifically state that, yes, if there's 3 that are there, or if there's a bank of them, we have 1, or if there's 4, we have to have 2. So it has to be very clear on what that means. What does it mean for an employee to have no other duties that interfere? Does answering the question count? Assisting a customer with age verification or something else, dealing with price check, does that count? I'm going to close on this. Costa Mesa should be a city where businesses want to open, operate, and grow. We're concerned this ordinance removes in the direction of, by increasing complexity costs, legal exposure without clear, measurable standards. We respectfully ask the council to reconsider this approach and instead pursue solutions that improve safety while preserving a strong and welcoming business climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Maria, and I work at Bonds on Harbor and Adams. I usually work SEO, and SEO includes watching 8 check stands by myself, plus I have 1 terminal.
Can you move the mic just a little closer? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I watch 8 terminals, 8 check stands, plus I have 1 more that I watch on my own, so that's 9. Then I have 3 locked cases behind me, so if I need something from these cases, I need to ask a manager or supervisor to get the key to open those. I also have to answer the phone, and I also have to unlock the carts when they lock up. So that's 13 things that I have to do at one time by myself, and if a customer needs something, I have to stop and help them. So it's constantly going for one person to watch. So I hope that you consider what we are asking for, and it'll be very thankful, and it'll make it a more pleasurable experience for everyone. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, folks. Mayor, my name is David Looney. I'm the District Director for Sprouts here in OC. So I just really want to hit on 5 points here. I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. So this is basically a self-checkout ban. The requirements are so specific and impossible to control. It's going to force associates to count items of every transaction. It will require escorting customers purchasing locked items to a different checkout. There will be no retail theft impact. Theft at self-checkout is minimal compared to other types of theft. Self-checkout is already heavily monitored for theft. Most retail theft is folks walking out our front doors. The employees are already protected. Our employees are not allowed to engage in theft or other disruptive situations. For their own protection, they are required to come to store management. If this passes, employees bear a possible burden of compliance. The mandates in this ordinance place heavy burdens on our associates. If an employee, after being trained and supported, fails to comply, it could mean possible discipline or dismissal. Checking out 16 items or consumers switching to self-checkout with a previously locked item would mean the employee was part of breaking the law. In a nutshell, our customers love self-checkout. I'm sure most of you, I invite all of you down to Sprouts, right down the road here. We can go observe and practice and all that good stuff. But I really thank you guys for your time and all that you guys do, okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, my name is Brian Baxley. I'm a union representative representing the CVS members that they did not mention and the Ralph's Albertsons members in your lovely city. I also worked for Albert Vaughn's for 34 years in the retail environment, so I am very familiar with the self-checkouts and the workers in my stores. Our workers are already not allowed to stop people that are doing theft anyway by their own company's own policies that they acknowledge, so I don't know what that would change in what they're arguing on that part. I would tell you that our employees tell us every day that people do use the self-checkouts to steal, but they don't do anything about it. They just have to be frustrated and watch it. I would also tell you that as a consumer, I am driven to the self-checkout by inadequate amount of check stands being open at my store, and they want to encourage people to check themselves out, even to the point of my CVS that I represent on Adams, where there is no one standing there most of the time because they're off stocking an aisle. And if you get stuck because the item has age requirements to it, you have to stand there and wait. And they are given direction to also encourage people to only use the self-checkouts. It is their policy that they are told. I would have appreciated if maybe CVS might have been interviewed maybe some of their associates, because you can walk into any CVS with self-checkout. There is no one standing there watching it, generally speaking. They're off stocking an aisle or doing other things. I don't know how one human being, period, working in the grocery stores for 34 years can watch 9 terminals and help 9 customers adequately. How can I service people as just basic questions? How can I service 9 people or more? The statute asks for 3. I think I can help 3 customers adequately. Far as the lockup devices that they're talking about, they're in cases that our associates have to walk over, unlock, get the items, taking them away from the self-checkout. So they can't be helping the customers or being at the self-checkout because they're being taken away from the service. I hope you'll consider this, because I get complaints from all my associates about the self-checkouts. Many of the employers on that list don't have self-checkouts at all, and they seem to do business just fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with putting a metric on a self-checkout of what the expectation is. Being a union represented or a worker, period, deserves to have a job they can be successful at. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bill Brewer. I work for Sprouts Farmers Market down the street in Costa Mesa here. I'll keep this pretty short. I really care for my team, and I'm deeply concerned that this mandate places a heavy burden on my team members. I'm concerned about the 15-item rule. After training and support, if they miss something and fail to comply, that means it could be discipline. Another concern is to my customers. We offer self-checkout to keep and attract customers. Losing self-checkout could change shoppers' decisions for our customers. And also to note, my team members love working at self-checkout. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I work at a 621 self-checkout at Vaughn's. We have only one regular checker during mid-shift due to little staffing. So the lines are usually long, both in regular check stands and self-checkout. Not only do I have to watch my registers, I also have to help people in the front desk, and sometimes back for checkers. This leads to frustrated customers and sometimes disrespectful. Myself and some of my coworkers have been yelled at due to waiting in long lines for help because there is only one of us. This has made our job very stressful. This is important to me as a grocery worker to regulate self-checkout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Luli. I'm store manager at the Sprouts in Costa Mesa. I've got a small store, and I look at my customers and I talk to my customers all the time around my customers who are purchasing 15 items or less constantly. Go in, grab a sandwich and water. And self-checkout is something that it would benefit my store, my customers, in terms of time. It's up to me as a leader of the store to implement the service piece of it and manage the lanes and put the right people at the self-checkouts. I don't have that currently, but again, being the leader of the store puts me in a position to make sure that my customers here are taken care of in Costa Mesa. And I spent the last 3 hours listening about all the wonderful things that are happening here at Costa Mesa while you guys are building a community and going forward with that. And I plan on doing that in my store, self-checkout or not. Thank you.
Mayor Stevens, members of the City Council, my name is Victor Romero. I'm a proud UFC member. I'd like to talk about self-checkout ordinance and how it affects not only staffing, but customers as well. I'm old enough to know what these companies cared about getting these customers through the check stands. I remember when "Three's a crowd" was a slogan for one of these companies, and that meant that if there was 3 customers in the check stands, they were calling other people to put on a check stand. City Council Pettit, you said earlier about like the convenience. Well, how about having more people on staff to be in check stands to get those people out? That's the convenience that we really need. We don't need self-checkout. We need more staff. And as part of the Stater Brothers Bargaining Committee, I saw firsthand how these companies are looking for any excuse to cut labor and staffing. These are all ruthless companies that are willing to use checkout to further cut staffing and put more work on the backs of its employees. And now the customers, because the customers are the ones that are checking out their own items to do the work for free. If you allow the exclusion of the superstores like Target and Northgate, the 9-to-1 ratio, now you're asking one person to take care of 9 check stands. It's hard to just take care of one. Now you're asking them to take care of 9. This would be an unfair, uncompetitive playing field for union workers. We need to make sure that we are all playing by the same rules in Costa Mesa, and that we need to stop this abysmal trend of companies understaffing their stores, because that's really the problem, understaffing the stores. Because if we had enough staffing, then the people would get checked out as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Pereira. I've been with Ralph's for 29 years, and I, in fact, run one of those stores in Long Beach when the ordinance passed in September 22nd of 2025. To answer one of your questions, I did not hire any more staff. I run about 105 employees. I've been at that store for the last 4.5 years. We cross-train members to comply with the ordinance. We really don't have the labor structure to add that. It was passed on us in a year where the budget was already given, and I'm sure next year's is the same, but I didn't earn really any more staffing for that. We had to make do with what we had and abide by the ordinance, and we're a business of customer service. And I think really in the long run, this caused frustration on my customers because, self-checkout has been around for a while and customers that choose to use it do and don't have a problem with it. I think that, the frustration was being put on my employees first until it's, I'm being made aware of it so that I can come assist them in that. But people are not happy about it. I deal with it daily and have ever since. I think with theft, it's not happening in our self-checkouts. I work in the city of Long Beach, and, I have a problem of whole shopping carts going out my door, not just a couple items. So, and I think the real safety concern is really about the frustration that is being given to the associates. Like I said before, I can get there to assist them. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Moreno. I work for Albertsons 40 years, just over 40 years. I don't have a note. I'm not using my cell phone. I'm just here. I'm out of my comfort zone. But I hear the words safety and concerns being thrown out, and I'm here to speak on that behalf. With my experiences that I'm going to share with you tonight, I've seen all types of experiences in my store. I've seen aggressiveness towards coworkers, milk being thrown at them because the person was just inconvenienced or didn't have the patience. And then I see my coworker shocked. And what are we supposed to do about that? We don't know what to do because there are rules in place not to do certain things. Just recently, I saw a guy that didn't realize that we can't sell liquor in a self-check. So he slammed his 12-pack on and it blew up. I mean, you hear the glass break. So those are things I see. I've experienced them. The impatience. We talk about theft. Theft just goes back to it. People walk out, and you wouldn't think it's a thing, but people turn around that are actually real shoppers in the community and turn around and say, aren't you going to do anything about that? You're not going to do anything about that? So we're not security guards. We're not, crowd control. The best that we can do in customer service is say, read the screen and do as is, right? But how do you say that respectfully? You can't go as fast as the screen tells you. So we hear words like glitches. I'll be right there. And it's just people are impatient. And sure, there's bad people and there's good people, but still we're getting it off from all sides. And so it's just really, with 40 years in, to see, obviously quick checks haven't been around that long, but in the time that it has been, it's good and bad. And to be present, to see that, what do you tell your people when they're go take some time, go outside, go in the break room, get yourself together when it's unnecessary. Mayor Pro Tem spoke earlier about if you can do something good, what can you do and when can you do it? So I'm here to speak on behalf of my coworkers. I don't want to keep you longer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Tarver. I'm one of the managers at the Ralph's in Newport Beach. Just wanted to state my concern for if this ordinance does pass, I fully expect the influx of customers to come to my location, which is only a half a mile away in Newport Beach, for the convenience of self-checkout. I worked in the store in Newport Beach in Westcliff Plaza prior to self-checkout being installed, and I can tell you our customers love it. Like some of the employees here at Sprouts said, we're a smaller neighborhood store community where our shoppers shop frequently, multiple times a week, and they come for that convenience, and they don't want to wait, and they enjoy self-checkout. So I know it will greatly impact the shopping experience for our customers in Costa Mesa, and I do fully expect them to come to our location around the corner for the convenience of self-checkout and the service. And I can promise you not one associate lost their job when self-checkout was put into the store in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Council. My name is Matt Walters, and I'm a 20-plus year resident here in Costa Mesa. I also work in the grocery industry for the last 24 years. I work for Vons. And I took a little road trip to Long Beach over the weekend on Saturday. I visited 5 different stores. One was a Sprouts. They have 4 self-checkouts, and when I was there, 3 were open with 1 supervisor. They were in compliance. I visited 2 different Whole Foods. One of them had 6 self-checkout open with 2 people supervising. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. I I visited 2 Targets, and all their self-checkouts were closed. But what I did see is they had 5 of their 10 registers open on one side, and they had 4 registers on the other, and 3 of them were open. Well-staffed, in my opinion, for the time of day it was. Also, Walmart in Long Beach is compliant with the ordinance. So to say that it's going to put a hardship on these companies is just a joke. I mean, it's easy to staff these. Our non-union stores are doing it. Our union stores can do it. And if you take a look at the other side of speaking over there, you won't see one worker speaking in favor of this, not staffing the self-checkout properly. And I actually shop at that little Ralph's that the last person was speaking about. And in the mornings between 6 and 8, it's only self-checkout open. I hate using self-checkout. So when I go there, if I have to get some, milk or whatever in the morning, I have to wait in a line in self-checkout with no other register open. And that's an inconvenience to me. And just as a final point, I've visited all the stores in this area since I live here and talked with workers. And I can't think of one worker that expressed a good thing about working self-checkout at all. And I just think this is a good ordinance for this city. As the Long Beach ordinance is stated, no alterations to it. Those alterations, obviously, are just a carve out for one company. That doesn't make any sense to me. Just for all the workers out there that, whether union or non-union, involved in the collective bargaining agreement or not, they all deserve representation. And this ordinance helps represent what those workers cannot represent for themselves. So thank you.
Good evening, council members and the mayor. Thank you for your time. My name is Tina Carrillo. I've proudly worked for Ralph's Grocery Company for over 25 years. I currently serve as a district manager, overseeing 20 locations from Long Beach to Newport Beach, including our Costa Mesa store. We are a proud union employer, and at our Costa Mesa location alone, we employ 117 associates who live in and serve this community. I'm here tonight to express our concerns about the proposed self-checkout ordinance. First, I want to clarify how self-checkout has evolved at our Costa Mesa store. We initially installed 1 bank of self-checkout units, always manned by a cashier. And based on customer usage and feedback, we added a second set, which is also manned by an associate. That expansion actually resulted in increased staffing on our front ends, not a reduction. Self-checkout has never replaced the need of associates. It has simply provided customers another option to shop in the way that best fits their needs. Second, I want to address the idea of restricting self-checkout will reduce theft. As a union employer, our associates are trained not to intervene with theft for their own safety. Because of that, limiting self-checkout will not meaningfully reduce theft. What it will do will take away our service from our customers that rely on every day. Third, our customers expect convenience, and self-checkout is a part of that expectation. Every one of our stores, including Costa Mesa, continues to operate fully staffed man lanes. Self-checkout is not a replacement. It's an additional service that helps us reduce lines, improve flow, and meet the needs of customers who prefer a quick, efficient shopping trip. Finally, as competition grows, especially from our online realtors, traditional grocery stores like ours are already under significant pressure. Additional restrictions on how we operate make it harder to stay competitive and ultimately put upward pressure on prices. Our goal is to keep food affordable for our families in Costa Mesa while continue to provide good paying union jobs. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the council to reconsider or reevaluate the ordinance. We are committed to being a strong community partner and a responsible employer, and we hope to continue serving our customers with the options and convenience they value. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Linda Monier. I work for Ralph's for 31 years. I'm a cashier and I'm a shopster. I'm scheduled there at the self-checkout 4 or 6 hours a week. I help the audience in Long Beach, and I'm so happy it passed because it's that my life's more stress-free. I don't have to worry about doing 7 check stands in one body. I'm so happy that I don't have to walk out and try to do so many things. I don't have to do money orders, lottery tickets, scratchers, refunds, rain checks, coin stars. I have to step out to go get keys to get the cigarettes or baby formula or the medicine, or open the certain batteries that need to be open. I don't have to deal with drug doctors. See, when I walk out, I come back and someone steals something, and that really upset me because I love my store. I love Long Beach. It's a beautiful market. There's no reason customers come in and steal what they want to steal, and I don't really appreciate it because our store is beautiful. It's a great store. The store is right there on Cherry and Carson. I love my customers, and then even the older people, they want more regular check stands instead of self-checkout. Like my mother tells me, she goes, these old people, you don't know how to work the check stands. You don't. Their hands they got arthritis. Their legs hurt standing up. You don't know how to do the codes. They don't. Sometimes they forget their money. Sometimes they put money inside the machine and the money pops out and they forget. And I have to go chase them. They go, Linda, won't you have someone open more check stands? And ones that they miss me to be in a check stand. And my mom tells me, you gotta be careful with your senior citizens because you need to watch your tongue because one day you're gonna be there. You're gonna be in a wheelchair. You're gonna be helpless. You're gonna know how to work the machine. These people, they want more check stands to be open. And my heart goes out to them. And I love Long Beach, and it's a beautiful market. Thank you. God bless you all.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Ron Foss. I'm the Director of Asset Protection for Albertsons, Vons, Pavilion stores. I have combined experience, 40 years in law enforcement and asset protection, my latter years as a Director of Asset Protection for Albertsons stores. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to address the concerns around the self-checkout and share what we've learned from our recent experience with Long Beach and how it really relates and correlates to Costa Mesa. First, there has been no measurable retail theft impact associated with self-checkout across our stores when compared to other theft data before and after implementing additional self-checkout options. There has been no increase in loss tied to these lanes. The narrative that self-checkout drives theft simply isn't supported by real-world experience. Second, theft at the self-checkout is minimal compared to thefts of other retail crime, like organized retail crimes and other crimes that people are just walking out with product out of our stores. The overwhelming majority of losses do not come from customers making mistakes or attempting thefts at our self-checkouts. In fact, self-checkout represents a very small portion of actually losses and shrink to our stores in itself. Third, self-checkout is already one of the most heavily monitored areas within our stores. These lanes have multiple areas of oversight, trained team members stationed nearby, real-time camera systems, weight-based sensors, and software that flags irregularities. It is not an unmonitored or high-risk environment. If anything, it is the most supervised in traditional lanes. And finally, most retail theft doesn't happen at the checkout at all, as you've heard from others talking today. The consistent pattern when we see is individuals walking out through the front doors with unpaid merchandise, often bypassing all checkouts completely, pushing out merchandise. This type of theft is unrelated to self-checkout and won't be addressed by reducing or eliminating these lanes. So when we look at actual data, not assumptions, self-checkout is not a driver of theft. Instead, it is a tool that helps us keep lines short, improve guest experience, and allow team members to focus on other high-value service through our store and increase the business and sales. For Costa Mesa, these learnings from Long Beach give us confidence. Self-checkout is safe, efficient, and beneficial for both our guests and our team. We respectfully ask the council not pass this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. This ordinance is part of, my name is Carlos Camacho. I'm Chief of Staff for the Orange County Labor Federation. We represent 97 different local unions in Orange County that represent 270,000 union members in the county. This ordinance is part of labor's approach to addressing automation, which affects workers in all industries. It is a core value for labor that businesses do not have the right to unilaterally implement automation with no regard for how that implementation impacts workers or the communities they serve. The proposal before the council tonight is significant because it requires businesses to mitigate the consequences of self-checkout on workers. Increased use of self-checkout results in fewer workers doing more work. It results in customers having fewer people to turn to when they need assistance. And it results in workers receiving the brunt of customer frustration just like they did during the pandemic. Over the last 10 to 15 years, Costa Mesa has been a leader among Orange County cities in how it considers the needs of workers and community members. Today, major corporations are going to tell you that the sky is falling and that any regulation, no matter how reasonable, will be a disaster for workers and customers. This is the same thing they say every time they are asked to pay a higher minimum wage. Tonight, you have the opportunity to be a voice for workers and customers. You can tell them that squeezing workers is not the only way to create profit for shareholders. Sometimes good customer service is the right way to go. Tonight, you can send them a message that Costa Mesa is a beautiful and welcoming city that cares about workers and its residents. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members, and city staff. My name is Dan Graves. I'm the store director at the Vons on 17th Street. I've been with the company 46 years, and I've been at that location for 5 years. My store has 70 employees, and we respectfully urge the council not to pass the proposed ordinance. It's really not about retail theft or safety. We all know, and we've heard it over and over, the theft is going right out the doors. My self-checkout is in the middle of the store. If they're gonna steal, they're not gonna come and check out. They walk right through the doors. I have Hoag Hospital, one of the largest employers in the area. Between Hoag Hospital and the medical offices, they employ over 6,000 employees, essential workers that I see every day. They come in for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They utilize self-checkout 100% of the time. They want to walk in, get their prepared food, get whatever they need, and get out as soon as they can. We have an attendant. We have 4 self-checkouts. And my checkers volunteer to work at self-checkout. It's a shift where they get to stand at self-checkout. They interact with the customers. There's a lot of socializing going on there. It's not where the checkouts lock up, you know, and they're overwhelmed. Sometimes you might go 15, 20 minutes and there's nobody in self-checkout. And that gives them time to tidy up and do stuff. But some of the scenarios that we've heard, I've never experienced that. And I spent 20 years in Long Beach at 5 different stores in all areas of Long Beach. And I think it's an insult to compare Costa Mesa to Long Beach. We are not Long Beach. We have great clientele. The customers love self-checkout. They go there because they want to, not because they have to. Some customers want to come in and they don't want to interact with somebody bagging their groceries or a checker scanning them, having conversation. They just want to come in and do their own thing and go out. But I have never experienced some of the situations that have been presented tonight. And I've been with the company a long time. So, you know, Costa Mesa, this area down here, a lot of tourists too, summertime. We're a summertime town. We get the tourism coming down and they like to go through self-checkout also, so they're not waiting in line. I just think it's a big inconvenience for our customers, and that's really what we're about, is our customers. It seems like a little bit of micromanaging our business. So I strongly urge to not pass, and thank you for your time.
Thanks. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. My name's Autumn Overton. I'm a faith-rooted organizer with CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. We represent a faith community throughout Orange County who believe that workers like the ones you're hearing from tonight deserve dignified, safe workplaces and the ability to thrive. We're very grateful that y'all have chosen to take up this important ordinance, and we urge you to adopt it. Your action on this matter demonstrates that Costa Mesa intends to lead and take the ethical path that prioritizes our community over insanely huge, record-setting corporate profits. Creating basic self-checkout ratios like those proposed by our grocery workers are common sense measures that address our age of artificial intelligence and automation that we currently live in. Like every innovation, corporations speed ahead to satisfy their insatiable desire for profits, leaving the rest of us behind. Their corporate lobbyists, who I'm sure you've all been hearing from, have probably been harping on the unintended consequences this and unintended consequences that, trying to scare you into making more carve-outs or to kill this ordinance altogether. Please do not let this worn-out strategy work. Martin Luther King Jr. Day was just yesterday, and I can't help but think of how his opponents regularly warned that integration would lead to unintended consequences. And we've seen again and again, from the Memphis sanitation workers in 1968, to farm workers, to grocery workers, to workers in just about any industry you can name, and whether it's about the minimum wage, about affordable health care or job security, that those with the most power and earning the most money have always said these changes just can't happen and that the result will be just catastrophic. As we've seen again and again throughout history, they're always wrong. I urge you to instead think about the intended consequences. Listen to these workers and to our community. Workers deserve to feel safe at work. And we customers also deserve a checkout experience free from the threats of crime. Plus, whether it's self-checkouts or regular checkouts, we all regularly stand unnecessarily in unnecessarily long lines because the company has decided to intentionally understaff their stores. That is not convenience, this is greed. As customers, as workers, and as people of faith, we say enough already. Put people over billionaires' profit. Tonight, please do the ethical, common sense thing and pass this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members, and city staff. My name is John Seoff. I'm the store director on the Harbor Vons right down the street. I've worked in the grocery industry 38 years. I'm a third generation grocer. And I've been at your store for 7 years. And like my colleague said, it's a slap in the face to say that Costa Mesa is even close to Long Beach. Are you kidding me? I worked there for several years. I worked in LA. Costa Mesa is a great place to work, great place to live. Why do you think these people want to come to the store? They love to shop. I have OC Orange Coast College. There's 18,000 registered kids going there. They're all under what, 30 years old? Every kid uses self-checkout. 50% of my revenue that people go through my check stands is through my self-checkout. Those kids want to get in, get out, do their stuff, and get out. We have people staffing. We have 2 managers. We have people there. I have the OC Fair that comes right down the street from me. Those workers that come in, they want to get a quick lunch, get their stuff. They love self-checkout. All this stuff that these other guys are saying is very untrue at my store. Maybe down in Long Beach, all that nonsense, but not here. Our store is loved. I have a yoga studio that everyone comes in every morning and buys water. Hey, when you open up self-checkout, I got to get to the yoga shop. I pop it up even earlier than I'm supposed to. But my whole thing with this is I'm respectfully urging the council to not pass this ordinance. This ordinance is just going to cause chaos. And we talked about leakage. I got Huntington Beach a mile from my store. So if you can't get stuff really quick at my store, why wouldn't you just go down the street? And we're talking about tax revenue and all that stuff. They can just bounce down the street and go to those other stores, and we lose it. And I love my customers. I love the city. I just talked to the chief of police, the new one. I'm so happy to be in your guys' city and be the main store on Harbor and taking care of you guys. And respectfully, thank you very much for letting me speak, but I think this ordinance is going to hurt the city. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council. My name is Matt Bell, and I'm the president of UFCW Local 324. We represent 22,000 members throughout Orange County and LA, and about 16,000 drug and grocery retail workers in the same area. I can tell you that what's going on in grocery stores in Long Beach, last time I checked, there's long lines everywhere. and there's people trying to get their groceries. And you go into any grocery store, whether it's in Long Beach, Anaheim, Santa Ana, or Costa Mesa in the morning, there's only one check stand open, and it's the self-checkout. And you're forced to go into the self-checkout. But what I can tell you is when this ordinance passed in Long Beach, despite what you've heard on the other side, the sky did not fall. Any ordinance takes a little bit of time to implement, and it did in Long Beach, and then the intent of the ordinance rapidly took effect, and it's had a real positive change to workers and customers, despite what the other side has said. This did not cripple companies, but actually has had a benefit to customers and workers. Community can actually go into a CVS any time of day now and see a real human being to help them. And what we've seen, and we actually audit the schedules as a union of the grocery stores and the drugstores. And we've actually seen, Mayor Stevens, an increase in staffing to about 1.5 extra staff members and a small increase in the part-time hours for checkers. Because as Councilmember Gameros was saying, they've actually increased the hours, and so there's a fluctuation so they can actually put people in those check stands or actually put more people in manned check stands. And this is actual change. And this did not devastate the payroll or cripple businesses, but has a direct positive impact as the ordinance has intended. Extra support for staff and better customer service. With this ordinance, grocery companies have managed in Long Beach. They actually still have self-checkouts open, and they actually manage them with the ordinance. During the holiday season, they actually open them up and manage them and follow the ordinance and put extra staff in so that people can get through faster. It actually increases the speed with which people can get through a self-checkout or get their groceries and get out. And there has been 0 PAGA lawsuits. This is not retail Armageddon. The self-checkout ordinance in Long Beach works. And I have to say, we have workers who are here tonight, Linda and Maria, who are speaking in favor of this ordinance while their managers are on the other side. They're here on their own time, and that is true bravery. So I'd ask the workers that are here in favor on their own time, if you guys could just please stand up real quick. Because they're here on their own time, fighting for thousands of other workers. So we would ask the council, if you can please pass this ordinance with the recommended changes that Derek Smith had recommended, because this will help thousands of workers, union and non.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. My name is TJ Burkle. I'm the head of government relations for Ralph's. Ralph's is a proud member of this community. We're a proud union employer providing over 100 jobs in Costa Mesa. This ordinance, as currently written, will make it harder for us to do business in Costa Mesa. First, as written, it will be very difficult to implement. Look no further than Long Beach for multiple examples of why that's the case. Respectfully, despite what the gentleman said, the facts are clear. The ordinance is so challenging to implement and the threat of litigation is so high that stores have either shut down self-checkout or they're muddling through as best they can. We actually have examples of our own team members coming to us with frustrations of the changes that have been brought by the ordinance. Second, I would respectfully suggest there is an element of overreach here. One has to wonder what might be next. An ordinance dictating how many tables a server should be assigned at a restaurant, or how many ice cream scoopers there should be at the sweet shop, or how many ticket takers at the movie theater. Third, this ordinance will make it harder for our customers who consistently tell us they want friendly, fast, and convenient service. If we are unable to provide that, customers will seek online, non-union competitors instead of their local grocery store. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we have a collective bargaining agreement. It was fully recommended, fully endorsed, and ratified by UFCW. That agreement already includes language governing self-checkout. It basically says if you have self-checkout open, you have to have one staff member there, regardless of how many kiosks are open, and you have to have one full-service check stand open, available, basically. There's not a whole lot more to it than that. So I implore you, please don't pass the ordinance under consideration. We stand ready to work with you on a different ordinance. It seems clear that many of the council members want to do an ordinance. We will work with you on an alternative ordinance. We would ask for you to start use the collective bargaining agreement language, which has already been agreed to by all sides. It's already been hashed out at the bargaining table. We would ask for that to be used as a starting point. And we stand ready to work with you. We'll come to the table. Councilmember Pettis, you asked if candidly, we have not been at the same table with the local UFCW on this particular issue. We talked to them at the state level. Obviously, our bargaining units have talked to each other, but as far as a sort of government relations approach, a lobbying approach on either side, we have not been at the table. We'll negotiate. We can see there will probably be an ordinance of some sort, but we would love to work with you further on what that might be.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We're out of people over there. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members, and city staff. My name is Courtney Carranza. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Government Affairs for the Southern California Division of Albertsons, Vons, and Pavilions. We operate 329 stores in Southern California, and as you heard tonight, we have 2 stores here in Costa Mesa that employs 152 employees. I'm here to respectfully urge the council not to adopt the proposed ordinance on self-checkout staffing standards. As written, it does function as a ban on self-checkout with highly prescriptive requirements that would be difficult for stores and associates to manage. The similar ordinance discussed tonight in Long Beach has led us as a company to begin removing self-checkouts. We have 5 stores in Long Beach. 3 stores, we've already removed the self-checkout. We are working on 1 store as we speak. Furthermore, a new collective bargaining agreement that TJ just talked about includes self-checkout provisions that were recently ratified, with the union encouraging its members to vote in favor of. This agreement reflects months of good faith collaboration between employers and labor representatives and establishes a clear, mutually supported framework addressing staffing, workload, and workplace protections. In light of these comprehensive and newly negotiated self-checkout provisions, we believe the existing framework is well positioned to guide operations without the need for additional municipal requirements. We also want to highlight we haven't seen any reduction in theft in our stores where self-checkout was removed. Our associates who are not permitted to engage in theft or disruptive situations would instead carry the burden of complex compliance requirements under this ordinance. And importantly, our customers prefer self-checkout. Our employees prefer self-checkout when they are on break and just grabbing a few things and want to get through the check stand quickly to begin their break. And removing it would take away a choice and could push shoppers to stores outside the city or to online orders that are fulfilled elsewhere. As Dan, our store director, mentioned in Costa Mesa, getting all of the Hogue business, we also operate a store in Newport Beach on the other side of Hogue Hospital. It could give those customers the choice, instead of making left at the signal to go to Costa Mesa, to make a right and go right into Newport Beach to buy those products. If the council continues considering this ordinance, we do respectfully ask that you meet directly with the grocers. We want to meet with you, sit at the table with UCW and you to ensure a deeper understanding of current staffing models, our operational realities, and existing safety and service systems. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Yes, sir.
Council members, Tim James, California Grocers Association. First, thank you to staff and all the council members who met with us for your time. They were very thoughtful conversations. And we do hope that council members who refused our invitation would withhold their judgment this evening. Let's be clear. The Long Beach ordinance is a ban on self-checkout, and that is what some folks want. The impacts of the overregulation of the operations are exasperated by the private right of action component. Self-checkout does not impact retail theft, as we have seen in the Long Beach data. Furthermore, Costa Mesa does not have any significant level of retail theft, as your Police Department and grocery data provided clearly shows. The proposal regulates the action of the employees more than it does the company behavior. I'm pausing so we can sit with that for a moment. We will fully train and support our employees as we do in all situations within our stores. But 16 items get scanned, it's the clerk that broke the law. Locked item gets scanned, it's the clerk that would have been broke this ordinance. A clerk gets distracted or is not focused, they could be breaking the law of this ordinance you're considering. As an employer, you know employees breaking the law are usually disciplined or dismissed. The data shows this ordinance, which will significantly reduce the usage of self-checkout. This means shoppers who choose self-checkout, which is about 50%, could go to neighboring cities, as has been discussed. It's important to note that Gen Z and millennials at nearly 70% prefer to use self-checkout. As has also been noticed, this will be a sales tax boom for your neighbors. Over 60% of Costa Mesa residents shop grocery stores in other jurisdictions. If they want that convenience, they will go find it. Additionally, it will push those individuals to look at online or delivery options as well, which may not support workers in the community in the same way. We do have concerns with a private right of action. We believe that's the jurisdiction abdicating its right for enforcement, and the notice of cure that's being offered at 7 days is far too short for a reasonable response from grocers. Finally, as was mentioned, UFCW just supported and ratified a contract for all Southern California grocers, which includes self-checkout operational standards. Many of the issues we've heard this evening are either covered in that current agreement or
Sorry, your time is up, sir. Oh, we have one more speaker. Hi, Sue, you have the floor.
I just ran in at the end, I apologize.
Oh, wonderful.
My name is Sue Lester, I'm a resident. I'm not affiliated with any grocery store other than I shop at Northgate, Sprouts, Vons, CVS, Smart & Final. I hit most of them. I love self-checkout personally. I have a disabled mother I take care of that I buy stuff for. I also have a handful of other people in the community that I shop for. I like to go in, pay for everything, and then bag it where it goes so I'm ready to leave. I think this ordinance is overreaching. I understand the concerns, but I think if it was about health and safety, the police department would chime in because they know about shoplifting. They know probably more about theft than anybody in this room as it relates to this city directly. I've been in loss prevention. I've been in human resources for years. And I think if you add extra people at the check stands and they have a hands-off policy, all you're doing is adding a friend to watch somebody who's gonna walk out and shoplift because nobody, including me, expects a checker to stop a shoplifter. I was in Vons about 6 weeks ago. I saw a guy shove a bunch of stuff in his clothes and walk out, and I ran up to the checkers and I'm like, he just stole a bunch of stuff. And they said, we can't say anything. This was not smart. I don't recommend it. I ran out and I approached him. And to the credit of the two women that were standing there at the checkout, they came out to see that I was okay, and they did say something after I did. And this guy pulled out 2 of the giant 128 load bottles of Tide out of his pants and his shirt and threw one at me and then left. We have somehow become a society where we do not confront people, we do not hold them accountable, we do not prosecute them. And I think if we are going to set ourselves up for success, Northgate, their self-checkout is awesome. You can't even get out unless you show the receipt in the machine and the gate opens. All the stores are set up different. Target has an amazing loss prevention program. Target has no problem throwing the book at people that steal. I don't think you can look at this as a one-size-fits-all because all of these stores are structured so differently. If I couldn't go to self-checkout in our city, depending on what I had to buy and what exactly I was doing, I might go to another city. And it pains me to say that because I support the city every way I can. I want to support our businesses. I want to support our people. But if I have to buy things for 5 people and I have to wait in a long line as opposed to going through self-checkout with the little gun and zapping it all in my cart and bagging it in my car and being on my way, I'm probably going to drive a little farther to do that. So I would recommend that you take a look at this. As an HR person, if the city was trying to tell me how many people I had to hire or how I had to run my private business in the private sector, I just think.
Thank you, Sue. Oh, yeah, okay. Iggy, hold on one second. There you go.
I've been sitting here listening to both sides, and it's kind of sad that you got all the employers sitting on one side and all the employees sitting on the other. I've been on both sides, but unfortunately, wings of change are coming, and for government to start dictating to the private sector on how to run their business, not a good idea. You guys can't even run this building. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, right? But on the same token, I understand where the employees are coming from. I understand where the employers, I've opened 2 Aldi stores. There's hardly anybody there. You put it in the shopping cart, you walk out, okay. You start telling the employers they got to put more employees with things that are coming. My last visit to Japan, they got robots doing this stuff now, unfortunately. But for you guys to come in, and now it's discriminating because Home Depot can get away with it, Sam's Club can get away with it, Costco can get away with it. You got to govern everybody identically. You can't just go after grocery stores. If you're going to go after them, you got to do the Home Depots, you got to do the Lowe's, you got to do everything. That's discriminatory. They shouldn't brunt this portion of it. I mean, you can go to any other store and they have self-checkout and they got open registers. As the gentleman mentioned, most of the younger kids are just all about self-checkout. Anybody less than 30 years old is just get in, get out, grab your stuff and call it a day. So I would say don't pass it because then you guys are going to have to hire additional staff to supervise it. And then who's going to pay for that? We, the constituents. It all comes out of tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Iggy. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? I think so.
Yes, Ryan, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Elaine. I am the Director of Government Affairs with the California Retailers Association. I just want to first thank the staff for engaging with us on this issue. We really appreciate that meeting and hearing our concerns. I kind of want to focus on the retail theft aspect as a driver for the introduction of this ordinance, the same as was the case in Long Beach. We worked at the statewide level a couple of years ago on a comprehensive 11-bill retail theft package. And then that was also accompanied with a statewide proposition that passed overwhelmingly with the state. So when I see that there's ordinances that were introduced using this as a justification, I just wonder where that support was when we ran those bills at the state level. And I'll also throw that we've been working on this issue at the statewide level for over 2 years now. And during that retail theft package, that bill at the time that addressed self-checkout and staffing ratios, that was not a part of the retail theft package. So just wanted to clarify that, and maybe we should let those laws take effect and play out before we put ratios at the staffing ratios in the self-checkout ordinance. Additionally, in the conversations, which we were continuing to have at the statewide level on this issue, ratios are actually taken out at the last, in the most recent version, because it was a common understanding that that's going to be a hard thing to enforce. It's a one-size-fits-all, and there was just major issues that were raised with it. I just also want to highlight that retailers strive to have seamless interactions with customers, and part of that is self-checkout. I'll say for myself, when I go in, as was mentioned by a few other folks, go in, want to grab something, I have this option of self-checkout. Sometimes I grab a lot of produce, I don't want to enter all that in myself, so I'll go to the manual checkout lane. So it's having the option is something that retailers really value, and providing a good store experience for our members. And lastly, the option for alternatives to be in compliance with this ordinance are would result in very costly store redesigns. So it seems like kind of a false choice where it's either comply with this ambiguous ordinance or spend a lot of money to redesign the store at the request or at the specifications in this ordinance. So that's just something I just don't see it as a real alternative and will have real costs on retailers. So I really, again, appreciate the time the staff took to meet with us, and thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker's phone number ending in 024.
024, you have the floor. Zero two floor, 4. You have the floor. All right, let's move on from 024.
024, you need to unmute yourself.
024.
We'll go to the next speaker. It is Cynthia McDonald.
Hi, Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, beautifully.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, okay, so thank you. Oh, there's that echo again. Okay, I wasn't really going to talk on this. I'm waiting to speak on another item. But as a consumer, the thought that I am going to drive to another supermarket because they have self-checkout is completely crazy to me. I was in Target the other day picking up a prescription, and I was picking up some allergy medicine for my grandson. While I was at it, they gave me a coupon for my new prescription. I went over and I said, well, I've got one thing. I'm going to go to self-checkout and check out. Guess what happened? When I went to scan the coupon, I had to wait for the girl because all the self-checkouts were busy, all 9 of them, to come over and check my coupon through. Now that took up more time, and of course I immediately regretted going to the self-checkout. I worked retail when I was in college. I checked out, I was a cashier at a store. And I think one of the reasons I go to the cashier line is because I like the service there. I like the fact I don't have to look up a code. I can look up a code. I can scan stuff. I'm no dummy. But the fact that these girls, or usually it's ladies working the checkout, they've got the codes memorized. They memorize them in 3 days of working there, and I don't have to look it up. So, and frankly, I don't shop at supermarkets too often because the level of customer service has really decreased the last few years, and I shop for most of my goods at the farmer's market because I get to speak to somebody who grows the food, and the food is much fresher than it is in the market. So there's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's no further speakers. Or, well, yeah. That was Cynthia. 024, are you able to speak now? Okay, no other speakers.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Somebody might want to make a motion.
All right, we see Councilmember Gameros with a motion. Can you please state your motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I want to make a motion that we go along with the Long Beach ordinance. I have a couple of proposed exceptions to this. I kind of want to modify it just a little bit. On the 7-day cure, I want to ask that we move that to 30-day cure, give them a month to get this handled. And then we were talking about a 6-month review. I'd like to move that to, we'll come back in a year to review this and see where it's at. And that's going to be my oh, and I also do not want to disinclude Northgate. All stores, everyone's included in this. You don't get a pass for gates or whatever it is. That's my motion.
Would the maker of the motion be open to a few friendly amendments?
Yeah, yes.
Well, I'll second for discussion. Can we also eliminate the, I guess, include store, the 85,000 square feet? It was struck out. But I want that included. That would be closer to the Long Beach ordinance.
Yeah.
And then on the informing, who needs to be informed of notifications, can we include the store management in that sentence?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then by the Northgate exception, we want to eliminate 9-177 alternative compliance, correct?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Okay, second concurs.
I'd like to make a secondary, oh, sorry, go ahead, man.
Can I just
Hold on. So,
clarify?
So, hold on one second. So you have a clarification, City Attorney?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
On the store management, are you asking for the notification that it also be the store management, or that it be alternative to the notification to the email address?
I want to include store management.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, per like we usually do, maker of the motion, do you wish to support your motion by any comments?
Yeah, I just want to make one slight modification to the initial, if that's okay. Can I do that?
Yeah, you could.
I'm just going to move it to 7 instead of 30 days for a cure.
Second concurs.
Okay, now.
Thank you.
You could, now, do you wish to say anything in support of your motion?
Yeah, I do. You know, I could speak on this for quite a long time, and you know, everybody in the room gets to enjoy weekends. Where do you think those came from? Anyone? Yeah, unions.
Europe.
Right. Yeah, Europe. That's your rope, buddy. Your rope. Anyways, when I hear nothing but management critiquing this and saying what's going to go wrong, it befuddles me. We have to think of the workers. We have to think of what they're put up against. And I sincerely doubt that someone's going to drive to another store because all of the registers were closed. No one's ever closed registers at any place I've ever been. When it gets busy, you open a register. You man a register. All we're really asking is that you don't have someone look at 9 registers. That's it. It's not that big of a deal. I think we're making this into something huge. It doesn't need to be made into that. We're not asking for that much. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm always going to support workers, quality of life, wages, and I'm most certainly not going to implement anything that's going to make their job more difficult. People want to have someone to talk to, period. And you heard that from one of the constituents that spoke. They want customer service. So add one more person or maybe 2. That's all I have.
The second like to say something.
Yeah, look, one of the things that I tried to dig into was actually making this connection between customer satisfaction, potential leakage. There's not a lot of clear data out there. There's a Forbes study that's a couple years old that says, yeah, Gen Z generally likes self-checkout. But for every study you find saying that, there's another one that talks about either theft or they like it because they don't want to be judged for some of their purchases. But if you exclude that part of it, then nobody actually likes self-checkout. There's an interesting study from Drexel it's about a year old that says that actually self-checkout significantly reduced brand loyalty. I'd be curious what the grocers thought about that. Look, it's the store's prerogative whether or not they want to reduce self-checkout. So Councilmember Gameros' point, like we're just talking about how you staff it. I'm concerned about the comment that was made about workers are doing something illegal now by scanning 16 items. If that's what you're getting out of this ordinance, I think you're misreading both our intent and the ordinance. And it concerns me that that sounds retaliatory, in fact. Lastly, if you're trying to get my vote for anything, I would probably discourage you from co-opting language from the women's rights and pro-choice movement. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one clarifying question and one friendly amendment for the maker of the motion.
You have the floor.
Thank you. First question I have is, just to confirm, Councilmember Gameros, you want to do a 7-day cure, correct? Not 30-day? Okay. And then this might be a friendly amendment. I would like it if the notice was going to the store managers, just because I think sending it to corporate might be a little, like, it's in it? Okay, so that's already in it then? I'm good. That was it. Just clarification then.
Anything else? Okay. Councilmember Pettis.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with such an onerous, I thought we were about economic development in the city, and we have no data on what this might look like. I'd at least like to have staff come back and tell me how this is likely to impact the sales tax in a city that's already suffering. So I'd like to go with alternate number 2, because they've already I don't know what we're talking about here. They've already agreed on the CBA, and now all of a sudden this is a big tragedy. We must do a new one. I'm not sure what happened from then to now. Anybody explain that to me? I don't understand. We already had an agreement. Why do we want a new one? Both sides got together, and now both sides haven't got together. They at least need to talk and come up with, So I'd like to, the alternative number 2, pending state legislation and existing CBA that's already been hashed out. Thank you.
Okay, well, so this is tough for me because I would normally support pretty much anything that is supported by organized labor. I'm not going to say that the folks, and it's going to pass. Our Councilmember Reynolds is off the phone, so or off the Zoom. So apparently we got 3 votes, and 3 votes. They're not wrong. From my point of view, I just look at it and I go, couple things. Number one is I'm very concerned that, there's 483 cities in the state of California, and we would be the second one to adopt this. I'm not comfortable with that. I think that there were some reasons for sure that came up by the members of the UFCW, and I listened to every word that everybody said. I just didn't think that they were sufficiently compelling to get the city, a municipality, into this regulation of the details of the private business. I don't think we're equipped to do it. With all respect to Mr. Barkman, who gave it a yeoman's effort, and I don't think I'm equipped to do it, quite honestly. I just don't feel as if I have the experience or the background or have taken the time to really understand this and get a tight, clear ordinance with no ambiguities. And the other thing is, I'm just trying to understand the state law, which is SB 442, is being taken up by the state, which has a lot more resources and is a lot more capable and accustomed to regulating the private industry, for better or worse, in the state of California, I will say. But the UFCW is sponsoring that bill, and then they're asking us to be the second city in the state of California to have a more restrictive bill. I also think the bill is discriminatory to the extent that it doesn't apply to all applications of self-checkout. I can't really, why not Home Depot? Why not other places that use self-checkout? So that's the reason. So like I say, it's not irrational to vote yes on this. It's just I'm going to be a no tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support the motion, and I'll explain a little bit why. So first of all, I want to thank everyone in this process. I want to thank the grocers for meeting with me and sharing their concerns. I want to thank the members of UCW for sharing their perspective. And I'm going to share something I share with both groups. Was my district really is unique in a lot of ways. We have a really large population of seniors in the senior tower. I'm very, very fond of them. And a lot of young workers who are helping their parents pay the bills during these tough times due to the ice rates. When this first item came up, I asked for the Long Beach ordinance because I was hearing from seniors in my district saying how frustrating it was at Smart and Final that they were pushing self-checkout, and it was really hard for them and frustrating for them to use it. And a lot of my young people in my district were sharing some of their concerns they had as working and complaints they had from customers. I think for me, this is really about job security and job protection. I want to have the folks in my district have the certainty that their job's not going to be taken away by AI or any development technology. And I also want to make sure that they have a safe workplace. I really like that the maker of the motion, Gameros, mentioned the 1 year review. When I spoke with the grocers, that was one thing they shared with me. Genuinely, they said, we wanted to do something similar with Long Beach, and they didn't actually do it. I don't want us to miss out on opportunity to amend something if it doesn't work out. And that's just been my general policy in general. We did it with cannabis, we reviewed it, and I think a lot of times UB items we should be able to review after a period of time. But for me, it really comes down to the seniors in my district and the young people in my district. It comes down to job security and job protections. So thank you everyone for this process. I hope we can get to a good conclusion and this doesn't impact the city negatively. I think it'll be a positive for our workers in our community. And in a year's time, if we need to amend anything, we have the chance to do so. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a
Yes,
quick
of
question
course.
to the city attorney?
Yeah. Yes, you may.
City attorney, I just want to clarify something. Is this a first reading, or do we have the ordinance clean enough right now that do we have to come back, or is this a first reading?
This is introduction and first reading.
Okay.
So it will come back at your next council meeting for adoption as amended.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. So then I think because we don't have Councilmember Reynolds with us anymore, we can call for the question on the motion. Okay.
Motion carries 3-2 with Councilmember Pettis voting no and Mayor Stevens voting no.
All right. All right, now we're moving on to the next item. New business item number 1. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
This is award of the Shalimar Park Improvement Project, City Project Number 25-06, and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption. Staff presentation by Mr. Yang, City Engineer. Are you going to start it? I'm sorry, opening by Mr. Martin.
Actually, yes. Good evening. I'm Acting Public Works Director, but Sung Yang is going to proceed with the presentation, so I'll hand it off to him.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. Good evening. Maybe I should wait a few seconds until the room clears out. No? Okay.
It's all right, you can
All
keep
right.
going. We can hear
Okay.
you, keep going.
All right. Thank you, sir. So, good evening once again. My name is Sung Yang, and I'm your city engineer. It's my pleasure to give this presentation with respect to the award of the contract for the Shalimar Park Improvement Project. Just a little bit brief history on regarding the park amenities. Shalimar Park is located at 782 Shalimar Drive in the heart of the west side here in the city of Costa Mesa. The park was dedicated back in 1999 and currently features an aging playground, trees, seating area, and benches. The proposed improvements will expand the park area. It will enhance the playground equipment, the landscaping, the irrigation, lighting, and also all the supporting facilities as well. With respect to the preliminary design and consultant selection, this went back actually in 2023. The city contracted with consultant Pat West and also City Fabric, and they assisted the city in conducting community outreach meetings. And through those meetings and through preliminary design options and renderings were presented to the Parks and Community Services Commission back on August 10th of 2023. Subsequently, with all that information being subsumed, the city staff conducted a request for proposals for design services. And on January 16th of 2024, the council awarded a professional services agreement contract to Community Works Design Group as our design consultant. So in terms of community outreach, our initial engagement was back on June 22nd of 2023, and that was conducted by, once again, our initial consultants, Pat West and City Fabric. The city also conducted a community workshop on May 17th of 2024. And during that outreach and engagement, you can see in the photos here, we had a large outpouring of people interested in the project. And in that respect, the city conducted a project website, canvassed the neighborhood, talked with community partners, implemented social media, sent out e-notifications and newsletters, visited local schools, nearby businesses, and also conducted a survey as well. So back to the project in and of itself, we had a bid opening back on October 27th of 2025. The contractor to be selected is Micon Construction in the amount of $1.296 million. It's funded through the state grant fund through the office of then State Senator David Min, who's now our congressman now, and also our capital improvement fund. Just to let you know, there were two bidders, ACC and also Earthgate Landscaping, that were deemed to be non-responsive and therefore were rejected. Here's a project timeline. The adjacent building next to Shalimar Park was purchased by the city, and it is going to be demolished. In order to do so, we had a public bid opening in order to select a contractor on October 3rd. The city manager awarded, and it's in our purview to award for contracts that are less than $220,000, which this was. And the tentative demolition timelines between February to March of 2026. And the closeout of the demolition is going to be around April of this year as well. Just to let you know, the demolition of the site next to Shalimar Park will be a future project, and that will be another phase in terms of for that project as part of the overall expansion of Shalimar Park. Now, for the existing park itself, the construction timeline is as follows. We had our public bid opening back in October 27th, and the council award is set tonight as we speak right now. Tentative construction timelines between March and September of this year. There'll be a maintenance period of 90 days, and we anticipate council acceptance of the project sometime of November of 2026. So what are the next steps? Community outreach plan is regarding the construction. It's being already be taken by city staff. There will be supplemental recreation programming. Our Great Parks and Community Services Department will do some targeted outreach, some door-to-door engagement. There'll be offerings for existing programs such as BFIT basketball and teen center programming. There will also be new programmer offerings such as weekly neighborhood sports games and challenges, as well as city government action youth programs. In addition to that, with all these activities, we also understand that the park will not be available during the time of construction. So transportation access in terms of shuttle service will be provided for off-site programs. The next phase will be after the construction of the park, the community outreach for the Shalimar Park Phase 2, which I talked about and alluded to. That will be conducted by our city staff and consultants as well. So lastly, we're asking the City Council to make a finding of CEQA, of a categorical exemption, adopt plans and specs and working details for Shalimar Park, reject the bid submitted by ACC Engineering and also Earthscape's Landscape, and ultimately award a public works agreement or contract for construction who happens to be the second lowest bidder, Micon Construction, in the amount of a little less than $1.3 million, and also authorize a 10% contingency for unforeseen circumstances. And lastly, authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the PWA for Micon Construction. So that concludes staff's presentation, and is open for questions or comments from the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No? Let's open up to public comment. Anybody wants to make a public comment? No? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marr.
Everyone's second tonight.
Yeah, you're good. You're
Yeah.
good. You're quick on the draw. So, Mayor Pro Tem, do you wish to be heard on the motion?
Yes, I will just say two quick comments. First of all, thank you, staff, for doing this. It's a long time coming. The community is very excited about it. I want to thank Congressman Dave Min, because he helped us get some of this funding back when he was state senator. And I also wanted to make one quick comment that I know will be fine because we're always on time and under budget for projects, but I really want to break this park before my term on council ends. This is the start of a bigger picture for Shalimar. There's a lot of things coming in that neighborhood, and I'm just excited that this was one part of this council's legacy for that community.
Amen. All right. I got you. Yes, and Councilmember, do you wish to be heard?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so let's call for the question.
I meant to hit yes.
You did. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, good job. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, now next up is an extremely brief and to the point presentation by the great Nate Robbins. New business item number 2, please read the title.
Thank you. It's appropriation of opioid settlement funds and presentation by Mr. Robbins, Neighborhood Improvement Manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this will be a brief presentation. Thank you for your time tonight. Be asking for your authorization to appropriate opioid settlement funds, both funds that have been received by the city and funds that will be received by the city. First, some background. Back in 2021, there were what were called the 2021 national settlements. These were opioids litigations brought by states and local political subdivisions against distributors and a manufacturer. Distributors were McKesson, Cardinal Health, and AmerisourceBergen, and the manufacturer was Johnson & Johnson. The defendants in those litigations were ordered to pay up to $26 billion, with the city's allocation projected at $1.839 million over 15 years. So they're on a payment plan essentially over the next 15 years. The following year, additional settlements were brought called the 2022 national settlements against pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart, and the manufacturers Allergan and Teva. In those settlements, the defendants were ordered to pay up to $18.52 billion over 15 years, with Costa Mesa getting $2.78 million over 15 years, so on a payment plan there as well. When you take the two together, you get a total of $4.62 million in change over the next 15 years. And there are two expenditure categories. 85% of those $4.62 million must be expended on direct services for opioid remediation for people suffering from substance use disorder. And then 15% of all of those funds must be set aside for legal defense fees. So just fees that are paid to lawyers that were assigned to litigate these settlements. Of the totals, the city's received $1.185 million for direct services, and we have a current outstanding legal fee balance of $167,000 and some change that are owed to some of the attorneys that are part of these litigations. There's some expenditure guidelines for the 85%, so the direct service funds. 50% of those funds must be used to satisfy or to expend it on one of these 5 categories: to support behavioral health continuum infrastructure program facilities, or BCHIP. It's a funding program that the state released to increase behavioral health infrastructure Kind of related on the second one, expand substance use disorder treatment infrastructure, or the third one, which is bolded on purpose, which is what we would likely use it for, address the needs of populations disproportionately impacted by SUD, including sheltered and unsheltered people experiencing homelessness, and then either divert people from SUD from the justice system into treatment or implement interventions to prevent drug addiction in vulnerable youth. Within the 85% again, this is the 85% set aside, there's opioid remediation strategies, naloxone, opioid-related treatment, expanding services, and then, of course, bolded on purpose. This is what we would potentially use it for. Expansion of warm handoff programs and recovery services, including shelter, access to recovery or specialty housing, transportation, education, job training, case management, connections to community-based services, and then more services for incarcerated folks, prevention programs, and syringe service programs, which I don't necessarily recommend. So the staff's recommendation for this item is that the City Council would authorize the appropriation of past and future opioid settlement funds to subsidize eligible expenses, including legal fees and opioid remediation services for people experiencing homelessness. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions from council on this? No, I don't think so. Okay, so let's open it up to public comment. Nobody in the chambers? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, I'll make the motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Second.
And so the only thing I want to say is thank you very much for a very brief and comprehensive presentation. And I'm glad that you're going to execute the monies in good hands to do the stuff that we need to do for the impacted community. I just, in the spirit of when we were thanking our former Senator, Dave Min, who's now a congressman, I just want to give a shout out and thank our former mayor, Katrina Foley, who's now our supervisor, who really drove this when she was the mayor. And I remember she brought in Joe Dunn, talked to the council about it, and we moved forward. So I think she deserves at least some recognition as we make this motion using the money. That's all I have to say. Anybody else? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Oh, by the way, for the record, that was new business item number 3. Because we skipped new business item number 2. So now we're on to new business item number 4. And Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
This is the Urban Plan Master Plan Screening Request for proposed 34-unit live, work, and residential loft development on a 1.4 acre site within the Mesa West Bluffs Urban Plan located at 1626 Placentia Avenue. And presentation by Mr. Yeager, Senior Planner.
Welcome back, Mr. Yeager.
Thank you. Good evening again. So just some background on the project. This is in the Mesa West Bluffs Urban Plan, which was adopted way back in 2006. The intent of this plan is to provide property owners additional incentives to reinvest and redevelop their properties. Its main intent is to promote residential uses within the existing development capacity on industrial and commercially zoned properties on the west side. This is the first step of the review process. The flow chart on the right, you can kind of see after the screening, it will go through the master plan process where it will go to Planning Commission for final review. The Mesa West Bluffs Urban Plan, it is shown in green in the map here. It's generally along West 18th and south of West 18th and along Placentia. The intent of this plan is specifically to allow residential loft and live-work developments. The lighter green and highlighted in yellow property towards the center bottom is the subject property tonight. So the screening, this is meant to solicit City Council comments on the overall merits and appropriateness of the project concept. And this is supposed to be prior to the formal entitlement application. Tonight's comments received by council do not constitute any project approval. They're meant to be advisory in nature. As I noted, the Planning Commission would be the final review authority for the project. So the project location, it is 1626 Placentia Avenue. It's a 1.4 acre site and it's zoned industrial. It's surrounded by a few other industrial uses, there's automotive, storage, contracting. There's a gym directly to the north, Eller Bakery and Wilson Coffee across the street. The table you see on the screen does outline a few of the neighborhood uses. The assigned public schools are shown, cafe, parks, grocery store, gym, and the beach. So you can kind of see the distance, the walking distance and the approximate walk time. Should be noted that Placentia Avenue, it does have the new bike lanes there, and typical assumption is that biking is 3 to 5 times faster than the walk time shown. So overall, the proposed project is currently proposing 34 units, including 16 live-work units and 18 residential lofts. 2 of these units would be reserved for very low-income families. Each unit, it does have a 2-car garage, and as currently proposed, there's 12 open parking spaces at the rear of the project. Each unit does have a modest 200 square feet of private open space in the form of a balcony and ground floor patio area. Staff's review of the project has revealed merits that it meets the objectives of the urban plan by promoting urban housing. It's consistent with the various objectives of the general plan, zoning code, and urban plan. And the project would result in 34 additional ownership residential units, including 2 very low income units, which would contribute to the city's RHNA requirements. That being said, staff believes that there is room for further consideration. As currently proposed, there's a lack of residential amenities being shown. There is adjacent industrial uses which may be seen as a blight by future residents, so the project design should take that into consideration, whether obscuring views or just placement of units. In addition, the project is not super close to any parks or schools, but modest biking distance. And the project, it does have further opportunities for additional private open space, including the use of roof decks, which are permitted through the plan. So next step after tonight's screening, the applicant would, if they choose to move forward, they'll submit an entitlement package to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission would review the master plan, the density bonus, and the tentative parcel map. So staff's recommendation tonight is to discuss the screening application and provide preliminary feedback to staff and the applicant. So I can make myself available to questions. The applicants are also here. I think they just wanted to discuss the company a little bit. But yeah, we're here to answer any questions.
Well, why don't we give the applicant the floor to say whatever they want to say, and then we can ask questions of staff and the applicant.
Great.
Let's do questions until we open up the public hearing. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mike Johnston. I'm with Creed Group, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, which is Warmington Residential. For those of you who may not be familiar with Warmington, they are a privately held real estate development firm based right here in Costa Mesa, and they're actually celebrating their 100th year in business this year. Warmington has built more than 40,000 homes and currently operates in multiple markets throughout California and Nevada. We're excited to be pursuing a project in our home city. City staff have been a pleasure to work with, and we are also evaluating a few additional sites in Costa Mesa for potential future redevelopment. The project before you this evening is fairly straightforward. It's consistent with the vision and intent of the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan, and with the addition of affordable housing to utilize certain provisions under state density bonus law. Staff has done an excellent job of covering the project details, so I'll keep my remarks brief. So I'm available and happy to answer any questions and look forward to receiving the city's feedback this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Now is the time for questions, if anybody has questions. No questions. Yeah, we could do our comments after. That's the whole point, but we want to open it up. I thought I had one question, but maybe I forgot. Oh, so it doesn't look like any, no variances or adjustments to the code are being requested with this project, is that right?
So Mayor Stevens, since the applicant would be applying for density bonus, they would be eligible for various incentives and waivers through the California State Density Bonus Law. So that kind of makes it so they don't need to request variances. As long as specific findings can be made for those waivers and incentives, it's basically by right, by providing affordable units.
Okay. And so the items that you mentioned can we go back to the further considerations? That was further considerations. Lack of residential amenities. What is your thinking there about residential amenities that we would be able to add? They would be able to add.
So generally, the urban plan, it understands that live-work units may not need to have the residential amenities that, say, an apartment complex would need. Imagine a pool, tennis court, that sort of thing. However, they are providing residential lofts as well. So the urban plan, it does specify that residential amenities should be included. So
like what?
In some cases, that could be a barbecue area. That could be the common seating area, something along those lines.
Because it doesn't look like there's a lot of space for that.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then as to the other industrial use, you could just, put up some walls or something like that to screen it. Because that does look kind of like a dumpy place with all the boats on that slide. It's number 8 next door. Nothing you could do about schools unless we get the school district to build some schools closer and private open space, roof decks. Doesn't it include roof decks?
As currently proposed, it does not.
Oh, okay, got it. And these further considerations, they could be put in place by the Planning Commission?
So the staff recommendation would be that City Council discuss them. If they wish it to be included, then the applicant can incorporate as they see fit. The Planning Commission will take that into consideration when they're reviewing their master plan.
Thanks. Okay, if there's no other questions, let's open it up to the vast public people that are coming up to speak to us on this particular item. I don't see any here. I think most people that are in the chambers at this moment are being compensated for their time, with maybe one exception. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. All right, now is the time we could just share. We can just go down the list. If you have anything you want to talk to the developer about, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, you can go first.
I got comments. First of all, thank you for using the state incentives to create 2 affordable units and build housing. Thank you so much. I love that. I love seeing that. I want to paint a picture for folks. This is an up-and-coming part of Costa Mesa, because this is not the first housing site on this section of Placentia. There's actually one a bit above them with Windward and Leeward Way. I also want to acknowledge that they're going to be really close to Eller Bakery, which is a great place to get brunch. Tom's Place, one of my favorite places to get a burger. My dad used to work there, so I like going there a lot. And then they're close to the famous Tiki Bar. So this is a place that's going to be up and coming in the sense of that we're going to see probably more development occurring, and it is kind of in line with the vision we have for this overlay or urban plan. And one thing I want to acknowledge too that was not mentioned in the staff report is they are pretty close to Shalimar Park, which is going to have a brand new soccer pitch and basketball pitch, just about a block and a half north of them. So that being said, my general comments. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get open space. I find that when you build these type of like row, like condominiums, you always have like a frontage, because the middle parts for the cars to turn to the driveways, and that kind of becomes a de facto front door for most folks, because folks don't actually use the front door. So I always like to encourage folks to build like like on the rooftop decks, just because, while yes, right now, currently, you can probably see a lot of industrial space, it is a better open space than having a little balcony that faces like, you know, the mid-rise of like neighboring industrial. Obviously, you can't really do much about the fact that, you know, through zoning, you have a front door that faces a wall, but that's what it is. No palm trees, that's gonna be a very big given from everyone in this council, I think. And I do hear a lot of complaints from residents in my district, the living condominiums, that the introduction of the new 3-bin system really impacts their garage for like storing their vehicles. So please make sure that when you build these garages, they can accommodate 2 big vehicles, because Americans love their big vehicles for some reason. Well, they're cool, I guess, but they're really big for no reason, apart from being cool. And that we fit 3 trash cans in that garage, especially because you're only gonna have 12 parking spots outside of the garage spaces. I don't recall, but I don't think this part of Placentia you can park in the street. So any attempt you have to be able to make those garages spacious, I think would be very appreciated. And yeah, not much we can really do about the school sites, unfortunately. I know there's like a dream plan to like do a land swap with Whittier Elementary School and nearby housing site, but I don't think it's gonna come to fruition. But again, I think folks that are moving in here kind of have the expectation that they're buying a piece of real estate in Costa Mesa, an area that's not yet fully revitalized. So I think for that reason, I'm okay. And again, they have great amenities like New Shalimar Park, Eller Bakery, Tiki Bar, and Tom's Place nearby. So I don't think it's that bad of a desert.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Marr?
Yeah, 2 quick thoughts. One, thank you for adding the very low income units. I think that's been one of the questions, is whether people would actually take advantage of density bonus or not. So I'm glad that you're doing that. The second is just, I always am a little bit skeptical about whether people actually work in the live work part. We've also seen some pretty crazy variances in the past that are closets essentially, and we're calling it a workspace, and it's unclear what actually ever becomes of that space. And so, I mean, I generally I would prefer to see, I'm okay if it's just a live unit and you're actually doing something productive with the space. And then actually, I guess it's 3 comments. I'm impressed that you've included the 12 open parking spaces. That's something that we have also traditionally struggled with complexes like this, the amount of guest parking that's required. Do people run over and park at Trader Joe's? What's the alternative? And so that seems very reasonable to me. So I appreciate you including this. Overall, it seems like a thoughtful approach, and I'm grateful.
Thank you. Any other comments by council members Gameros or Pettis? No. Okay. So, yeah, it's good that there's no palm tree. No. But you know, the interesting thing is it just kind of shows the evolution. I remember, you know, first part of the last decade, there were a number of these, like the Brick House and another one over on Placentia, and those were generally regarded as very unpopular at the time, and by the greater community, and now we have nobody complaining about this. And I think what it is it just shows a evolution of people's thinking, the need for housing, the need for affordable ownership housing. I like the other council members that spoke. Appreciate that you have a couple of ownership, affordable ownership units. It is an interesting kind of place that's up and coming. You know, Eller Bakery is a wonderful place, and you know, we can get more of that. That'd be good. You know, it is, after all, the urban, what is it called? The urban master plan. Some people want to live in urban environments, you know. I went back to visit my daughter in Chicago at the beginning of December, and I was like, Olivia, do you like living in this environment? She goes, I love it, Dad. You go, okay, enjoy yourself, you know. So some people like this. So there's a market for it. And so thank you for providing an option for people who want to live in an urban environment in Costa Mesa. You know, I agree with some of the staff comments about trying to shield this area from the lot next door. And it kind of reminds me of the whole ready rental thing on Hamilton and Harbor, and how Tim Lewis used to say that people are going to complain about, but then Tim sold his property. So, you know, just be mindful, but that's up to you. You know, they're your customers, right? We're not here to micromanage that. Yeah, right. It's not like you're doing a self-checkout. That will micromanage. Okay, anyway. So that's all I have to say. We don't have to vote on anything. This is just what it is. If anybody has any other comments, if you have questions for any of us, I'm sure we'd be open to it. We're very, all of us, you know, we do need housing in the city of Costa Mesa. So thank you, and thank you for staff for a very nice and concise presentation. Okay, let's move on to our final item. New business item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is compensation, classification, and staffing updates and adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding and salary resolutions between the City of Costa Mesa and the Costa Mesa City Employees Association, Costa Mesa Division Managers Association, Confidential Management Unit, Confidential Unit, Executive Employees, and Part-Time Employees and Police Recruits. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we bring an item regarding compensation, classification, and staffing updates for various city represented and unrepresented groups. Just a little bit of background on our groups. Negotiations with CMDMA were completed, and new City Council resolutions were approved by the City Council in 2024 for CMDMA and unrepresented employees in the confidential management and executive groups. Negotiations with CMCA were completed, and a letter of agreement for a successor MOU was approved by the City Council in June of 2025, and the pending MOU is scheduled to expire on June 30th, 2026. The MOU and agreements do include language stating that the parties can agree to update language that is outdated or needs modification or clarification. The Human Resources Division did collaborate with department management, employee groups to recommend additional classification, compensation, and staffing adjustments for CMCA, CMDMA, and unrepresented classifications based on previously negotiated provisions and to support organizational needs. Some of the MOU updates include updates to language with regards to special compensation. Government Code Section 20636 defines compensation earnable for CalPERS Classic members as the pay rate and special compensation of the member. Government Code Section 7522.34 in the California Code of Regulations defines pensionable compensation for CalPERS new members. California Code of Regulations Section 571 requires all items of special compensation be contained in a written labor policy and include the conditions of payment and cannot be referenced in another document. Some examples of this special compensation include bilingual pay, holiday pay, certification or education pay, and special assignment pay, amongst others. The new MOU for CMCA includes language updates for special compensation items for compliance with the PEARL, PEPRA, California Government Code, and Title II of the California Code of Regulations. We also incorporated negotiated provisions per previous side letters in the current letter of agreement for CMCA. We also made some general language updates for provisions that may have been outdated, needed modification, or for consistency among groups with agreement from the association. For the non-represented groups, we also made some resolution updates for CMDMA and unrepresented employees, including language updates for applicable special compensation items for compliance with the applicable laws, and also general language updates for provisions that may be outdated and need modification or clarification and consistency amongst the groups. For CMCA, their MOU contains a provision for CMCA to request up to 5 classification studies each year. In 2024, CMCA requested classification studies for the following classifications: the Community Services Specialist classification in the Police Department, Property and Evidence Specialist in the Police Department, Maintenance Worker in the Parks and Community Service Department. Due to the complexity of the studies, the city did retain Gallagher Consulting to conduct the classification studies for the police classifications. Based on the recommendations of the consultant and after extensive discussions with department management and the association, classification and compensation updates were recommended as follows. For the Community Services Specialist in the Police Department, the recommendation was to expand the classification into a series. Currently, the Community Services Specialist is a single-level classification. Their recommendation was to create a Senior Community Services Specialist. With that recommendation and with the review of the recommendations from the consultant, management is also recommending we expand it further to include a lead community services specialist who does do training and oversees other staff. With this classification, the senior community services specialist classification would result in a 6.2% increase over the current classification, and the lead community services specialist would result in a 6.2% differential above the senior. Overlapping with this classification is our civilian investigator classification. So these duties were also studied as part of the community services specialist. We currently have a civilian investigator position. However, the recommendation was to retitle the current civilian investigator as a senior civilian investigator and then create a newer, lower level classification of civilian investigator, again with a 6.2% increase to that classification. Expanding into a series is very typical for medium to large cities to have more than one level in a classification. They also studied the property and evidence specialist classification, and again, this recommendation was also to create a series to include a senior property and evidence specialist with this new classification at 7.5% above the current. And we also studied the maintenance worker, senior maintenance worker in the Parks and Community Services Department. This is a specialized position in the maintenance worker classification series that belongs to the Parks Department and oversees various aspects at Fairview Park. It was recommended that we create a specialized classification specifically for Fairview Park, and that classification would be Senior Fairview Park Maintenance Technician, which would be a new classification and set it at 5% above the Senior Maintenance Worker classification. And the last recommended update for CMCA is the Community Outreach Supervisor classification. Due to a compaction with the position that it supervises, we are recommending an increase to this as a 22.4% increase, which would place it above the positions that they supervise with a minimum of 5%. For the CMDMA, as part of the 2024 negotiations, the city agreed to conduct a market analysis study in 2025 for various classifications. Based on the market analysis study and a review of the internal alignment amongst the managers, the following adjustments are recommended. A 21% increase for neighborhood improvement manager, 11.43% increase for recreation manager, and a 5.25% increase for public affairs manager. We're also recommending a 4.09% adjustment for the Assistant Development Services Director classification to address a compaction issue with the subordinate classification. We're also recommending title changes based on the discussion with department management and the associations for Community Improvement Manager to be retitled to Code Enforcement Manager, Planning and Sustainable Development Manager to be retitled to Planning Manager, and the Telecommunications Manager to be retitled to Emergency Communications Manager. This will better reflect the duties that they currently perform. For the executive group, this is a non-represented group, the following compensation updates are recommended for public safety executives to address compaction issues, specifically with the police captain position, and to address internal alignment. We are recommending a base salary adjustment of 6% increase for the deputy police chief and the assistant fire chief, a 2% increase for the police chief and fire chief, and an update to the longevity, recruitment and retention incentive pay for a 2.5 increase for 20 plus years for deputy police chief and assistant fire chief. Currently they receive 10%, and a 12.5 new incentive for the police chief and fire chief. The new executive resolution also includes the applicable provisions of the city manager's recently approved contract. Additional recommendations we're making for unrepresented classifications include the Reserve Senior Public Safety Dispatcher. This is a separate classification in the series for Public Safety Dispatcher with CMCA. So to maintain alignment within the series, we are recommending a 2% salary adjustment effective 7/1/25, 1/1/26, and 4/1/26, which is consistent with CMCA. In addition, for the part-time classification of video production aide, we are requesting to align the salary with the intern classification for a range of $23 to $27.96 per hour. This classification has actually not been updated since 2019, and other than the application of the minimum wage, which is currently at $16.50 per hour. Police recruit, we're recommending to amend the police recruitment resolution to reflect the new pay rate for police recruit, which is tied to police officer step 1. This was already increased as a part of CMP's contract negotiations, where we are required to update the resolution per CalPERS, so this item is administrative only. And then we have one staffing update request. It's the City Clerk's Division is requesting to convert 2 part-time concierge office specialists to 1 full-time office specialist, 2 confidential position to assist with retention in the area. The fiscal impact by group for CMCEA is $174,850 per fiscal year. There is a one-time retroactive amount of $67,341. The total impact for this group is $242,191 total estimated impact. I did have a footnote that it was included in the 2025-2026 budget due to the contractual obligations. This is actually the $174,850. The $67,341 will be covered through salary savings. For the division managers group, which also includes the Assistant Development Services Director, I forgot to add that in there. That total is $119,794. For the executive group, it is $226,731 per fiscal year. And for the part-time staff, it's $41,322,000 per fiscal year. And the staffing update for the city clerk's office is $51,552 per fiscal year. The fiscal impact balance remaining as $439,399. The recommendation for the City Council today is to adopt the new Memorandum of Understanding for CMCA, to adopt the City Council salary and benefit resolutions for CMCA, CMDMA, and unrepresented confidential, part-time, and executive employees, establishing new classifications, updating salary and benefits, and updating language for consistency and compliance with CalPERS. Also to approve the conversion of 2 part-time office specialists 2 to 1 full-time office specialist 2 position in the City Clerk's Division. And this item supports the City Council's plans, goals to recruit and retain high-quality employees and strengthen the public safety and improve the quality of life. And staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from council? No? Open the public hearing. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public hearing. Motion by Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation. I just want to state for the record, none of us are asking questions up here because we've reviewed this several times behind closed doors, and many of these things have been a work in progress for a long time. And this is part of operating a great city, is paying our staff what they deserve, keeping up with the market, looking for ways in which we can make our compensation more fair and appropriate. And so some of these things are, in fact, long overdue. In other cases, there are adjustments that we will continue making, right? Part-time staff to full-time staff. We are generally pretty flexible in trying to accommodate what the community needs and the facilities that we have and staffing those facilities. But this is part of our job, right? Is to make sure that we have the staff and the resources that we need in order to run a successful city.
Thank you. Anything from the second? Nope. Okay, good. Well, I agree with what Councilmember Marr said. She said it very well. Okay, Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so we don't have any more items, but I just want to remember that we're adjourning the meeting in memory and honor of Joe Weber and also our beloved police chief of 21 years, dedicated servant to the city of Costa Mesa and resident of the city of Costa Mesa, Chief Roger Neff. May they both rest in peace.